Nigeria and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu. founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods plc. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods plc and BUA Cement plc companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa, Khadija, Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku, Khalifa Rabiu, Junaid Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Hello and welcome to the maiden edition of Queen's Court, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Juliet Biniti, Reverend Juliet. In recent times, more women have stepped into leadership roles, demonstrating empowering role of education, technology, and access to information. These women leaders have not only achieved remarkable success in their fields, but also played pivotal role in promoting gender equality and education reforms. Today, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the unseen barriers. But before we set the ball rolling, let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back to introduce our guests. Welcome back. Women leaders already battling workplace stereotypes and seeking work-life balance found themselves shouldering more enormous responsibility in recent time. Hence, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the rising challenges. Joining me for this discussion is my sis, a big sis, but in this court, we will call you Lady. Lady Horochi Ogan, leadership consultant, and the CEO of O'Neill, a global management firm focused on leadership, at my immediate right. Welcome, Lady Horochi.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lady version.
Thank you.
A pleasure having you here.
I'm glad.
And of course, another big sis of mine, a wonderful, incredible woman leader, Lady Adiola Aziz. In this court, the Queen's Court. So get ready for that. Absolutely. A politician and a social entrepreneur, and of course, the founder of an NGO, Community Care Foundation, focused on empowering youth and women, and especially in agriculture, solving the hunger problem. And I just want to welcome you, sis, Lady Adiola. You're welcome to Queen's Court.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will be discussing these matters of women in leadership and the challenges. Yeah. And today's discussion is going to be focused more on the ideological issues of these leadership issues, because women and leadership is almost as if it's not something to go together. When you say women, it doesn't count leadership. So we want to have that discussion, understanding that women have been leading in the past. We have seen great women leaders. We have seen Queen Amina of Zaria. We have seen Funmilayo Ransom Kuti in the West, and we have seen Margaret Ekpo in the East. So even in Nigeria, we have women who have led and showed tremendous leadership. But there are also very minimal leaders all over, abysmal women in leadership in different spheres of influence. The banking sector is beginning to show up with great women as CEO at the top of the echelon of the bank. But however, do we have enough women who are going to occupy that seat the moment they leave? So this discussion is very important, especially to a new generation of women rising, with the issues of women leading both at home and at the city gate. That balance of things, we need to have that discussion. That's why it's important to have the discussion. I'm coming to you, Lydia Adiola, and of course it's going to be the same, we'll dovetail to that same area of discussion on these rural women. Because of the issues of mindset, culture, educational background, and the 9 yards of the philosophy of understanding that women are also leaders, how do we navigate? Apart from education, training, let's say training, what is the intricate issues that you think is still limiting these women, even at the rural level? Let me give you an example. I was at a program where I needed to speak to some women. When they called me, I thought they were educated women, but I found out they were not, so I had to go into pidgin English a little bit. But I realized that these women have such capacity and role to play in the society. And they were complaining at the issues of the genital mutilation, the issue of the girl-child marriage. It was within the middle belt of Nigeria. And I was telling them, but you are a leader, you are women leaders. And they were like, no, what are you talking about? That's is the chief, is that this. So how are we going to go about, especially the rural Africa, because we have over 20 million women entrepreneurs, SMEs, and it's fundamentally women, producing, adding to the GDP per capita of Nigeria. Incredible when I saw that data. And yet we say we are not leading. Can you speak to that? And Lady Horichi also will add to that comment, because it's at the center of this discourse in its ideological and philosophical level. Because before we talk about specializing in areas of leadership, do we really want the men to still tell us to lead, or can we just simply realize it?
You see, when you're talking about what you just said at the rural level, right? We need to understand that, like I said, most of them are illiterate, and most of them are controlled and led by their chiefs, the ballers, their husbands, and all of that. I'll give you an example. During the local government election, we had to have a by-election in one of my wards. And there was a particular woman who was very active, widow, 6 children, she was under 23. And I said to her that, why don't you come and represent the ward, because we needed you to be there. And somebody asked. And she said, yes. So I said, okay, we will support her, we will fund her, and all of that. Do you know that by the next day or 2 days later, when we reached her, we couldn't get her on the phone? And I actually paid somebody to go and look for her. Did something happen? What had happened was that her uncle, her late husband's brother, the ballers, and said, how dare she put herself forward? Or she said she didn't put herself forward, that it was Honorable Adiola who asked her, because she saw the potential. She mobilized a lot for us, and she went into hiding.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that? So I now realize that what we need to do, we have to start the education from these male at that level who control these women.
Excellent.
During campaign, they're for you. They will do this, they'll support you, they say this is who we want. On the day of election, right, their husbands, the ballers, they would have given all of them. All of you, this is the direction you go. So when you have that kind of, I don't know what to call it, whether it's a directive, I don't want to use the word bullying or whatever, a directive from their husband,
that's what it is.
Whatever, to do this. So tell me, how do those women want to express themselves? By voting or deciding or taking choices or making decisions that they feel is right for them. It's not inclusive.
So we need strong advocacy.
We need strong advocacy, and we need to try and see how we can get the buy-in of these men who have a strong hold on their wives, their sisters, on these women, to say, look, this is your daughter. This is what will happen. And a woman at that level only cares for food on the table for the children and how the children will go to school. Once you can satisfy those two needs, right, a woman will thrive on her own. But when she doesn't have that independence of mind to make a decision by herself, hey, she's in bondage.
Wow.
She's in bondage, and that is at that local level. I saw it live and direct. So they do not have the capacity. They've got the competency. They do not have that capacity to take those decisions by themselves. So it's limiting, and it's patriarchy, it's stereotyping, and hey, why should you raise your head up to say you want to lead? Who's giving you permission?
Excellent. But in comparatively to that, let me even draw it back to even at the international level, we only have about 23% to 25% of women at the global level. So if the rural woman, the issue of that control, is it the same as the woman at the elite level who has gone to school, at least did her high school, or suddenly she disappeared? I have had friends who were probably acting before, they get married and they just disappear off the screen. What is it? Is it just the limiting factor from the men, or the psychology of the women themselves, knowing that now that I'm married, maybe I'm not called to lead?
Very interesting question. Very interesting question, because even before you asked it, I wanted to use a corporate example equivalent to the rural one that
Excellent.
I attended an HR meet and greet meeting. It was a people-centered thing, and the head of HR of a multinational bank came to talk to us about barriers and women in the corporate world. She gave a practical example. She said, if there's a general management or CEO opportunity in Côte d'Ivoire, and you call a man and said, go and prepare, we're getting you ready, you're going to be the CEO in Côte d'Ivoire, the man will jump, thank, and if you call a woman, the woman will tell you, this is an exciting opportunity, let me go home and discuss it with my husband. This is what is going on in the corporate world. I'm not talking about rural environment. So these barriers are real.
Yeah.
But in the same circumstances, we now had another CEO from a bank that told us about intentionality and planning. She said she went into banking career and she was intentional from word go that she was going to be at the top and nobody was going to limit her. It's not about feminism or women, whatever. She just had a relationship with her husband that helped her husband understand her and help her husband push her career. So she had a baby at the point they made her a chief executive officer for a bank in Ivory Coast or somewhere. Then there was not even GSM. She just planned, had 2 stable nannies, had a way of reaching out to them, on a minute basis when she's doing her work. And she was able to do the assignment. She was able to take the position and enhance her career in the bank. At the point she was talking now, she was now CEO in Nigeria. So these barriers are real. And because I'm an SME person, when you mentioned SME, my body was shaking.
I can't imagine, yes.
You see, so it's not an easy assignment, but if we're intentional, you need to reach out to them. It's a two-pronged approach. The first thing is that you need to sensitize the women. You need to get their buy-in. You need to let them understand the benefits for them. It's not for me. But you need to talk to them at their level. Speak vernacular. If you can't speak that vernacular, get somebody to interpret. Some of them do not. If they understand pidgin English, I'm very good at that. When I get to my village, I start racking in Igbo language. What is important to me is communication.
Yeah.
So you reach out to them at their level and try and sensitize them, create awareness. Let them there's a paradigm shift that needs to happen. Let them begin. You break down the growth mindset in a simple way that will help them understand. That's the first step. Second step is to work with this huge, I don't know what to call them, husbands, chiefs, cousins, uncles, the male factor, that is sitting over the female folk patriarchally, is to get them to understand. It's also a buy-in process, have conversations with them, help them to understand. When you get into a rural environment, you get to the ballet. The ballets, I've seen people that were able to work and change an environment with the Oba. The Obas, recently, they're very literate. The ballets, even if they're not, they have understanding. If you get their buy-in, you just go out of your way, try and get their buy-in. Once you get their buy-in, it's easier to get the buy-in of all the other male figures in that environment. It is possible. I had listened to a senator that wanted to change something fundamentally from a history of influence, and it was genital mutilation. And she started, it was a Herculean task, but she was deliberate, it was planned. She started with the Oba of her village. Yes. She started with the Oba, continued having meetings until the Oba got the buy-in.
Excellent.
So when the Oba got the buy-in, she went to the youth. The youth got the buy-in and said any woman that is mutilated will not marry. Do you understand? So I'm giving this practical example to say that it's possible.
Societies have changed.
Yes, it's possible. If you go systematically, you will have a buy-in, and there'll be a mindset change, there'll be a paradigm shift, and then you begin to make progress. By the time you're handling simultaneously the women, and the male figures that are barriers, the barriers are real.
No,
that's why we need to be very deliberate about it.
I want to add to that contribution, especially for the current generation of women that we have. One of the things that I have also found out is that if you know you have the desire to lead, for goodness sake, when you are dating your spouse or your husband to be, please discuss it. Because some men will not entertain it. So you will not get in and say, when I marry, I will change his mind.
No, it's too
because late. If it doesn't happen at that stage, you don't express your desire to him, and he doesn't support it at the beginning, it's not going to work.
That's the story. I can justify.
Yes.
I can get up today, I'm going tomorrow.
Right. So getting the buy-in at an early stage, once you know leadership is in your mind, is extremely important. So that you know where you're going to. Because if they don't support you,
no, it's a problem. It's a challenge.
Now,
especially if you're getting married.
Yes. At the same time,
you're single.
Female politician again, if you go out there and you don't see your husband beside you once or twice, it's like, what is she? Is she here? You know the negativity that goes with it. I remember when I was contesting, I had to tell my husband at the early stages of my campaign, please be beside me. And they all definitely they enjoyed it.
Excellent.
So it's important that they get the buy-in of the husband before the violence and the obas and all of that.
Can I add something? Before you add, just for us to begin to conclude something, because this is a proof of what you have said. Because the data shows that there was a organization that financially outperformed industry competitors have more women in leadership. That the more women are in leadership, the organization's competitiveness increases and improves. And I always tell men also, if your wife is a leader, is an improvement to your social capital, is an improvement to your financial capital. As we wind down this discussion that is a continuum, it continues, because it's a very broad discussion. And we now see the reason why the discussion should happen, because the women quotient in the leadership role, beside whether it's the husband or other men, is quite low. We still have them in all spheres of influence. We're having that challenge. So you can make your conclusive point of what will it take for us to increase the quotient as we wrap this up. Starting from her as she concludes her points, then also dovetail to that question.
My last words as we conclude.
Yes.
I was going to say that when it comes to marriage, I'm not deviating. I think that conversation should happen whether you want to be a leader or not.
Yes.
You need to let as a human, because you need to let your husband get your husband consent from the beginning to support you to be the best versions of your life.
That's it.
You need to.
That's your HR speaking.
Yes. You need to get your husband to support you to be, you are his helpmeet. You're there to help him to be the best versions of his life, but it's a partnership. He should also make a commitment to help you to be the best versions of your life.
Precisely.
And so if you have that balance at the beginning, it's easier to manage things. It's easier to manage things, when you're in the marriage. And these are my last words. That we're coming back to, move further and organize. We need to be very strategic.
Yes.
We need to deal with the critical mass. We need to encourage the leaders. We need to have a dialogue from the city. This not just your output. Excellent. Science and government. We want together as a team. That's what we're doing. This is not a talk show.
Definitely.
I'm a solution bearer. Here to solve problems. That's why I came on the program.
Yes.
So outside this program, as we progress, can we come together and put up a strategic plan on what we can execute? And I'm not talking about high level.
Yes.
Let's go back, because my family has a foundation. I understand how to run grassroots issues. Let's go back to the grassroots. Let's start doing something.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady Adeolaman, as we conclude.
Yes. There's been a lot of talk about the value.
Yes.
About the value that women bring to the table.
Yes.
If they are there.
Okay.
If they show up, if they're there. Promoting women leadership is simply social justice.
Excellent.
It is inclusivity.
Excellent.
It is diverse critical thinking. It brings prosperity to the table.
Yes.
To the nation, to the community, to the society. So why do you want to leave 50% of the gender that makes up the workforce, that makes up the SMEs, that makes up who we are in Nigeria? Why do you want to cut them out of the equation?
Excellent.
It's like having an aeroplane flying with one wing.
It will never fly.
So it will never fly. So the earlier we start to realize that women leadership is a must, it's a task that we must face, embrace, be intentional, and ensure that anything that comes in our way, for those of us who are there, we advocate, lead. And what's the other word again? When you lobby, the men, that please, this is for your wives, your daughters, your sisters. Social justice is key.
Thank you very much.
Equity and equality is paramount.
Thank you very much. We must all remember that leadership is not masculine, it's human. And women's rights are indeed human rights. And every woman is called to lead, right from the home gate to the city gate. And once again, I want to appreciate Lady Orochi Ogan and Lady Adeola Aziz to Queen's Court, the maiden version.
Thank you.
2024. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for listening. God bless you, and bye for now.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Dada of Opobo, they taught them about King Dada of Opobo in school, and they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for rich. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Journey 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I was going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from BIC that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, that you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that anymore. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept. No matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite. I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and it's not easy sometimes, but yes. a kind of mentor.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetono built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Ojude Oba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetono, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of a Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not go well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation must not be defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles' heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Friday edition of your regular breakfast program, SOUQ Business Landscape. It's nice to be here. Thank you very much for those that have been with us since Monday till now. You have been our real G's. Permit me to use that word. Yes, today we will be looking at fintechs. A lot of people are getting into that particular space, not just as producers or as the tech guys, but as utility people and as customers. A lot of banking halls are becoming empty and the apps on the phone are growing. We'll get to talk about that and look at what it promises to give us come 2026, and how, not just the numbers, but the money too. Then we also get to look at Funke Akindele. It's a Friday. A beautiful one at that. Now the box offices are smiling, records are being broken. We will talk. We will really talk. There are issues that are always on the table. We wanted to talk about Trump yesterday, but time did not let us. So today, we will try and get to that particular place. What exactly is Trump after in Venezuela? Several things we will talk chilled on Friday on the table that is alive. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers, and I'm not alone on the table today. I have the fair one himself, Oyinpriye. Good morning.
Good morning to you, SOUQ. Good morning to you, Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning to you, Amin.
Then also Amin is here. Don't worry about the money. He's got it covered. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. SOUQ. Good morning, Mr. Oyinpriye. Good morning, Nigerians.
You're welcome. Yes, straight to our first story. Fintechs. Now, fintechs have outpaced traditional banks in retail and digital experience. Mind you, retail and digital experience. Now, this particular research is coming from KPMG. Fintech companies are now leading in retail and digital customer experience, outpacing traditional banks that remain constrained by rigid structures and slower innovation cycles. And according to KPMG's West Africa Banking Industry Customer Experience Survey, that's for 2023 to 2025, the shift became prominent during the 2023 cash crunch. Everybody remembers that like yesterday. Triggered by the Naira redesign, which exposed weaknesses in traditional banking infrastructure and accelerated customer migration to digital platforms. Even at that particular point in time, digital platforms were still giving issues, but yes, they were the go-to options when there was no cash. This is where we are right now. Are we going to say that people are trusting more and more open to the fintech apps than the easy way of just walking to a banking hall, waiting your time and doing your transactions?
Yes, people are getting more comfortable. Me personally, if I do process 10 transfers, 8 will be to one of the new fintechs. They don't have branches, they don't have physical structure, but people trust them because they are responsive. You know, there's no need to want to angrily go to a branch because there's usually no problem. And even traders, they prefer to use them because the transfers almost never fail. In fact, one of them, the slogan for their commercial is, your transfer never fail. And they deliver on that promise. People trust them. They have solved so many problems. They listen. That is what businesses should do. You listen, you get feedback from your customer. And the commercial bank, they were so comfortable. These people came and they totally changed the game. For example, point of sales payment, POS. Before now, with the commercial bank, the traders, they get their money, they get access to their sales after a week. But the fintech, they came and they started processing payments within 24 hours. Now they have went further to do immediate payment. You make your sales now, you have access to your money now. So I don't know if commercial banks have improved, but they were telling the traders, no, there's nothing we can do. You have to wait 1 week. It's a technology. But people have come with a solution. And especially for petty traders, they want to make their sales, get their money, and restock immediately. And they are providing that solution. Almost everybody on the, and there is cumbersome processes to open account with the traditional bank. Now, even people that are barely educated with their phone can open account with their BVN for the new fintech. Now, we still have bank in 2025 saying, oh, if you don't have a minimum balance of 100,000 naira, we'll close your account. Meanwhile, the new fintechs, they are opening accounts with zero balance and giving people instant overdrafts, which is like a loan, instantly, with no collateral or nothing. So, and that is what people want, especially with what is going on in the country now. Everybody needs a form of overdraft at some point, maybe, you know, before the pay comes or before, and the commercial banks are not providing these services. If at all, they are taking the small money from these people. There are so many fintechs now that does chargeless transfers. They don't even charge you to make transfer.
Some give you 10 naira for each transaction you make.
You understand? So they are providing solution, they are listening, and they are doing very, very well, and the future is so great for them. The only thing is, I beg the government to keep a, close monitoring on them, because they are prone to be used for crime. Okay. So that's the only thing. But other than that, the future is very great for them. And I'm very, very excited, because these are banks that are funded by young Nigerians. Most of them are even Nigerians trained in Nigerian universities. So it makes me proud of being a Nigerian, that, okay, we are changing the world. And I believe in the next couple of months, next couple of years, they are going to start buying other banks across Africa. They are going to become across Africa, they are going to become Pan-African bank, because they are providing solutions that is tailored for Africa.
Okay, African tailored solutions. When was the last time you visited a banking hall?
That has been quite a long time.
Okay, now let's look at volume of transactions from banks and compare it to what fintechs are doing. Not volume of people, not volume of customers, but volume of transactions.
Volume of transactions, I think you give it to the fintechs.
Are we sure?
Somehow.
There are fintechs that you have a max of the volume of transaction you can do, no matter who you are.
Yes, okay. Now, the area where the conventional banks can stand out when it comes to volume of transaction is because of their dealings with governments, ministries, departments, and agencies. And I don't think there are laws within the government structure that permits their agencies to start using the fintechs for now.
Well, but they do. Most government payments, they tell you have to pay through a POS, or you have, and a lot of those POS.
Okay, when I'm talking about fintechs, like their platform when they operate as banks, not to use a POS for transfer and all of that, because we know the reason why. Even the conventional banks found a way to be pressuring the CBN to use those sort of bureaucratic laws with which they run, use it to monitor and to structure the operations of the fintechs. That had been the battle on ground, even till now. But I'm glad that that has not, come into fruition. But somehow I think they all came to a compromise, which is where we have, they went to the POS and the number of cash that you can get over the counter in order to give some form of leverage to the conventional banks, so they too can, up the ante in how much they make. But if you look at the impact of the fintechs, it has helped the Nigerian government in its drive for financial inclusion across Nigeria. Because even with the existence of the conventional banks before now, you can see the level of financial inclusion were very, very back. Let's go back even maybe 5 years, or back to 2020 or 2023, when at that specific time when the cash crunch became something to deal with, because by virtue of the Naira redesign policy that the Buhari administration brought. That was when you could see the lapses of the conventional banks, and we saw how the fintechs were able to take advantage of those lapses, and they grew on it. And to this, for now, as we feel, he was talking about some of the fintechs buying conventional banks. You go to some African countries now, and you complain about the Nigerian banking system. If you go there, you will not only complain, you will weep. And that's why I was listening to an expert yesterday that gave a reflection of how the economy turned out in 2025, what we should be looking at in 2026, and the areas that we should be looking at when it comes to investment in 2026. He was talking about investing beyond borders, investment beyond borders, continental investment, regional investments, and also our investment should not only be in Naira, but also in dollar and the currencies of other African countries and other European countries as a way of sustaining and keeping your money. The fintechs in Nigeria and their owners they have the muscle to buy even some of the conventional banks, to take over some of the conventional banks in some of the African countries. In some of the African countries. Now, I may not be specific in which African country, but some of the African countries, I think so, because of what we're doing there. And if they're able to do that, they'll be able to sync transactions where you are able to do transactions and businesses from there. And that equally itself allow the businesses in those places to want to come down to Nigeria and look for how they can explore the business environment.
Okay.
So what the fintech have done so far is fantastic. And if you give them the next 10 years with the way and manner they are going, right?
10 years, is 10 years not too much?
Well, if you say so, but I'm just, leaving other economic shocks that might come to destabilize the system.
Okay.
If you give them that amount of time, I tell you, the conventional banks will either be thinking of creating an arm that is completely given to fintechs and that is running that aspect so they can face their conventional way of doing business because of what it gets from the government.
Okay, let's get back to this particular discourse right now. There was this policy 2 years ago that said fintechs were not banks. If you remember, that fintechs should not be holding or operating savings accounts. Yeah. Let's just say savings. That was 2024. It went into 2025. But we still see a lot of people use fintechs, majorly because most fintechs now have a backbone. It used to be Wema Bank and several other banks that were more of the backbones. Like you made a suggestion of fintechs being able to acquire some banks or acquire a bank. The biggest fintech from numbers right now should be Flutterwave.
Okay.
How can we go past that particular policy and see fintechs not just being able to do what the normal conventional bank will do, but grow beyond where they are right now and not depending on the bank to be able to complete some transactions?
Yeah, a lot of fintechs are already doing it, which is just for them to acquire a microfinance bank license.
Yeah, a lot have that already.
So once they have that, the microfinance bank license give you the permission to hold cash. And as they grow, they can go further to upgrade to a full commercial bank. It's just about their capital base.
This is also kind of policies that we need to also check. Microfinance banks are supposed to be localized.
Right.
They are not national banks. But we see some of the fintechs that have these microfinance banks, but we know that they operate nationally, some even outside this country.
Yeah,
but they have a microfinance bank.
Yeah, but every microfinance bank is now digital. Okay. So it makes them a national bank, meaning if you join a microfinance... No. In practical. In practical.
Practicing and on paper.
Sir, if once you tell everybody to go digital, you are telling them to go national. Even TV now, the NCC has compelled every TV station to go digital. So there is no longer, so if everybody compel and become digital, then they are no longer a local TV. It means the NTA Ibadan becomes a national TV because with digital, people in Kano can now watch them.
That's practicality.
That's the practicality of it.
Have we tried backtracking and also seeing that where technology is taking us to, that what is on paper in those policies, that microfinance banks are localized banks, is not going to work?
Yeah, we do a lot of policy somersaults, but my point is that once you ask any bank to go digital, then they become a national bank. That is it.
I would say national banks or international banks, because I can't use Flutterwave anywhere in the world.
It becomes a national bank within our shores.
Okay.
So now, international bank, they can do international transaction, but they need a conduit. They need an international partner that will process their payments. Even for a lot of Nigerian commercial banks, when you want to, you need a conduit. You need a intermediary bank. They usually use like a bank in America the money will pass through them to go to Asia or whatever. Except for the new deal that was signed between Nigeria and China, where we can now send money directly to China without going through America, but that is that. But if they have a microfinance license and there is a law that asks them to go digital for easy monitoring, then they become a national bank.
Okay, at the rate at which we are going right now, we want to see, like Priya said earlier on, financial inclusion. You've mentioned these ones on this table. We say, okay, good and fine. If we want to reach everybody in Kauranamoda, in Ikom, in my village, somewhere in Ilori, then that means connectivity is an issue. Federal government came out last year and said every local government is going to get connected on the federal government initiative on internet connection. How far and how fast is this going to happen this year?
It's not going to, it's a project that is going to take about 10 years because it's a lot of investments. They need to physically lay fiber cables. That is what they are doing. And they have only started the pilot phase. So the pilot phase is you try some, then you now look for an investor that will take up the responsibility. So they have started the pilot phase. And it's sad to say some of the pilot phase were politicized. Some capital cities, some of the local government and in capital city, where they are even putting the pilot phase. I'm not sure if the minister is aware of this or the president is aware of this, but this is supposed to be connectivity for, most importantly, to the rural areas.
Remote areas.
Remote areas, but we are seeing fiber cables being laid, the federal government in some capital city. Now, that being said, while we are waiting for that, there's the young people in Kenya, they've created a solution that is not internet-based for money transfer and transactions. It's called M-Pesa. You just need GSM network to be able to transfer, and your phone number is your account number. And the same way we use our WhatsApp, that's the way you chat with people to send them money, to receive money. So these are something that we can adopt here. I don't know if M-Pesa is coming here, but I know they're already in Ghana. They call it Momo in Ghana too.
Momo.
So it's phone number and GSM network. So, and these are African solutions created by Africans for Africa. So I have a good faith in the young African entrepreneurs. We need more Africans to stop acting like victims and start creating solutions for our problem. It's high time that we stop complaining and we stop screaming about how European underdevelop us or all our constraints about, oh, there's no power, there's no internet. We should come together and find solutions to all of these problems.
Okay, getting business on the go, getting payments, it's one major means of moving trades as fast as possible. Aside logistics, you want to be able to step into any community, buy, sell, get paid, come back, repeat, then the circle. And these fintechs have proved that yes, they can get this done. Now, what should government, looking at publicity, what should government be doing right now to make that trust stable in communities?
Trust stable in communities.
Yes.
With regards to the operation of fintechs?
With regard to the operation of fintechs and utilizing of fintechs, to also push the cashless policy that the government is trying to push.
Well, if the government, like you rightly mentioned, last year has talked about establishing internet presence in the 774 local government areas, that's going to, bring connectivity, then I tell you, the fintechs will run on that infrastructure. And in this case, not only the fintechs, including the conventional banking system, are going to run on that to make sure that all these communities, it's easy and seamless to carry out transactions. But in the conversation where you're talking about the fintechs acquiring banks or operating domestic, local, or national in that state, in terms of policy, when we talk about the conventional banks, capitalization of banks, which they are currently going through, by virtue of that category, there are different amounts that you are supposed to pay. So that means the fintechs are bulldozing their way through without paying that money and nationalizing themselves. Maybe that's the question we need to ask. However, the government should avoid any temptation to want to rope in the fintechs with the same rope it has roped the conventional banking system, because that in itself is going to, is going to completely block the government policy of financial inclusion. The government should face infrastructure development and still look at the way the fintechs run. If there is anything that is going to hinder them from running at liberty or flexible in a way to help the Nigerian economy to not only expand, but also we should be looking at the Minister of Digital Economy, looking at the Minister of Digital Economy liaising with other African countries. Maybe first of all, we can look at ECOWAS and see the way our conventional banking system are connected within that space to facilitate transactions without any bottlenecks. by virtue of the trading activities, and also look at how the fintechs can run on established infrastructure by way of connectivity to run with fintechs that are also domiciled in those areas, in those parts of town, to facilitate. And I think this itself is going to solve the problem of not only bringing communities from different borders, but in one block in the same region to trade, but also it's going to expand the network of financial inclusion, which will promote trade and bring us to that place where we should be as a nation.
Okay, looking at where we should be as a nation, let's get to our other story, and it's all about investment. Now, UK investors account for 65% of Nigeria's foreign capital inflow. That is for 2025, our major capital inflows for 2025. Now, this federal government has revealed that the United Kingdom accounted for about 65% of Nigeria's foreign capital inflow over the past year. Now, according to the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, UK investment include 7.5 million into Babangona and 40.5 million into John Vent Industries, among others. Now, this was also disclosed in a report titled 2025, a defining year for Nigeria's industry. Now, the trade and investment, which highlights growing confidence in Nigeria's economy from UK-based investors. 7.5, 40 point something million. Is that? Okay.
That's small compared to.
Are we looking at this just specifics? Are we also looking at individual investments that maybe did not get to amount to a lot of millions, but numbers in volumes of people? Were these considered in this particular report?
Yeah, Nigerians don't invest in Nigeria. We've been talking about this on this table. It seems like we can't see what other people are seeing. I believe the noise is overshadowing the potential when it comes to what people see online. Every day you go online, oh, Nigeria is finished, the economy is dead. People that don't know what economy is, people that are not, financial or economic experts, they come, they cast their assertions about the country, and the real people, the real investors, they are listening to the experts. They are listening to the KPMG,
Makato.
They're listening to them, and they can see the potentials, they can see the money, the GDP is growing, and politicians will come on TV to say, oh, don't mind the GDP. People are suffering, people are hungry. Those are important too, but people, if you look around Lagos, for example, Lagos, in terms of businesses, the foreigners are overtaking the local people, and it's sadly almost everywhere that you go to on the island is owned by a foreigner. So Nigerians don't invest in Nigeria, and that's so sad. And the only way we can do it is to continue to encourage people, because we are talking about how much the stock exchange gained. But it's sad to see that only few Nigeria benefited from that. And apart from the benefits, it makes our economy very fragile, because it means at the slight, shock, there will be, flight risk for there's flight risk for the capital. So we need to, continue to encourage people to invest in Nigeria and see the potential. While we are tackling the problems that we have of, economic hardship, we should preach the prosperity in investing in Nigeria. And even our educational outlook should be changed. Our curriculum for the past 40, 50 years is such that we train people to look for jobs. We are not training people to be problem solver, solution oriented, and people that will create businesses. Everybody is just coming out to look for a job year in, year out, year in, year out.
Okay, and that needs to change. Looking at this particular story, UK major investors 2025, what should be shifting?
Okay,
how can we get Nigerians living outside Nigeria to also come together, be it as a group or individually, and be a force to reckon with?
Nigerians are investing back in the country.
But on personal terms?
Of course, personal sense, and other times organization-wise. I remember vividly when Mr. President, I forgot the name of the business mogul that came in from the United States and looked at different sectors and looked at different industries in Nigeria. I'm trying to remember his name. Yes, that was looking at the potential of investment in power, in infrastructure, in manufacturing, in aviation, and made some form of investment commitments when he had conversation with the president, where he was not coming from.
When you say investment commitment, is it rhetoric or money?
I don't think it's rhetoric, because he came here personally and he met with the presidency. So I don't want to leave it in the class of rhetoric. So though he's coming from the United States, but well, let's go to London and the United Kingdom, like you said. Most of them, when they come, they're looking at what's making big money in Lagos. First of all, their eyes on property, in real estate. Brit Homes came to Lagos last year, and they put up a show, a conference where they had to meet with some businessmen and the business community in Lagos, and they are looking at where to put money, because Brit Home, of course, they are looking at properties. We also have an idea that one of the mayors in the UK last year, he came specifically to Lagos, and he's talking about how they are going to invest in Lagos.
The mayors that came to Lagos were looking for how Nigerians will invest in the UK.
No, they also looked at the prospect of investing in Lagos. They're not just looking at ferrying, taking investors away.
They came to sell London and UK to us.
They came to sell, but we all know what is on ground.
Okay.
Where in the climb can you go to now and invest, and you get like 15, 20% of your investment within a year? In Nigeria. So
some industries gave 300, 400.
Great. So you see, their community is not just to tell you that we were trying to, make our client more attractive for your investment or for your investors over here. That's what they said.
But on paper, in reality, the elites Nigeria have more investments in Europe and America than they have in Nigeria. Yeah. That's the reality.
But I mean, you also know the political sense why they need to do that.
No. Everybody is not in the political class.
No. I mean,
I'm telling you, elites.
This is what I'm trying to point at. I mean,
let me make a point.
Okay.
When we say elite Nigerians, everybody assumes just politicians. They are business people in Nigeria. In fact, the politicians only make 20% of the elite. 80% of the elite are people that have nothing to do with politics. The other time, you hear the president talk about how if he needs money, he will go to Okoya to get money. Okoya has been billionaire for about 3-4 decades. He's never been in politics. Most of the elites, they are not politicians.
Okay.
They have money, and they are not investing enough within the shores of our country.
Great.
And they make all of their money in this country. All the oil blocks in this country belongs to the elites.
Great.
Those are the people we are talking about. They are not politicians. They are regular people.
Let me say this.
The question we should now ask is, over 40, 30, 20 years, we've had Nigerians that own oil blocks. Aside those oil blocks, can we start pointing out the industries that has come out of these oil blocks that they own in this country?
No, they just lease the oil block to foreigners, take the money and buy houses around the world and invest around the world.
Now, let's look at this, please. Every intelligent businessman would never lay his basket in one place.
Okay.
His eggs, rather, in one basket.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Just a moment. His eggs, rather, in this case, we're talking about its investment, be it a politician or a businessman.
What do you call the person? What do you call the person? You say any intelligent businessman?
Businessman, yes.
Excuse me, sir.
So I'm coming. I mean, now, in this specific case, I don't expect them, whether they are politicians or just ordinary business people, most especially when they have the financial capacity to just come to only Nigeria because we're making 300% in profits and all of that, to just invest here. No.
We are talking about Nigerians here. We're not talking about Nigerians outside.
Nigerians here have both investments here and abroad.
Okay.
And if we say some people are investing and they are not politicians, sorry, there are businessmen in certain classes with the kind of contracts you are to get. If you must be in that space, you may not directly involved in politics, but you are in the political space, and you are playing and making business decisions with the political current that is taking place.
No, sir. So, no, sir. Let me tell you something, sir. Everywhere in the world, when you are a businessman, you lobby the government of the day.
Is that not politics?
No. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Are you telling me that Bill Gates is a politician? Are you telling me that Mark Zuckerberg is a politician? Do they lobby the government to pass laws that help their business? Yes. Does that make them a politician? No. Don't make. Excuse me, sir. My second point
is politics. So they are playing politics.
They are not politicians. Excuse me. Don't play with the words. And then when you talk about not putting your egg in a basket, making you an intelligent person, are you telling me there are people that are more intelligent than Aliko Dangote, the richest black man in the world, that has 80% of his investments in Nigeria? Now tell me, Mr. Indimi, Alhaji Indimi, which investment does he have? He has oil well. Talk about Folorunsho Alakija. These are people that have oil well. Where are the businesses? So now the fintech. Excuse me. Let me land on my thoughts.
How did they get some of this?
Let me land on my. Excuse me. Let me land on my thoughts. Let me land on my thoughts. Fintechs in Nigeria, all these young people, they are going across the globe looking for money. Now they can't find money within the billionaires, multi-millionaires in dollars that we have within our shores. They are going to China to get capital. They are going to America. They are going to UK. So now we can say, oh, our fintechs are owned by Nigerians. But on paper, who owns the capital? Do we have the money within our shores? Hell yeah, we have it. But this money are tied to properties from Taiwan to Dubai to London to UK, doing nothing. When we can use it to develop so many brilliant ideas of our young people, we can see what the fintechs are doing. There is a report that says some of the fintechs in Nigeria process more payments than the United States, the capital of digital in the whole world. So we have so much potential, but our investors are sounding like we don't want to put our eggs in the same basket, and they are taking our capital to go and fund other economy. See, you are talking about Mr. Ogunlesi. Hold on, one more point. You are talking about Mr. Ogunlesi coming to Nigeria in 2025 to come and see the potential of Nigeria, when Nigeria already produced the richest black man in the world about 2 decades back. He is coming 20 years after to come and see our potential. Isn't that appalling?
It's not appalling.
Okay, hold on.
It's not appalling. Wait, let me make my point.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, some of the names that you mentioned, these are, do you lobby to get oil well? Yes. Some of these oil wells were given to these persons on a platter of gold by politicians.
Okay.
So to tell me that they did not play politics to get those investments, we can't sound that way.
Can we go beyond politics and talk about investment?
No, politics is part of the thing. You cannot remove. You cannot completely remove.
Can we talk about investment?
SOUQ, you cannot completely remove politics from investment and investment from politics. Because currently now, as we speak, we know of a former CBN governor for which how many units of houses were seized from him. Where did he get that money? Of course, he get that money from the system through politicking by way of corruption. Now I'm coming and bought those properties that have been taken back. Now I'm talking. Please, just a moment, SOUQ. The same. Somebody is now still being tried. About yesterday, about 57 properties of his gone in interim seizure because of the way and manner it got into to get that money. How? Through politics. Now let me tell you something. If these people are going to be investing, you don't expect these people I'm talking about, both, and some of them, both businessmen, they are in collusion with both businessmen and politicians. Some of these businessmen and politicians that we are talking about, you don't expect them to invest their monies here. Now, when there is a political shake-up, their properties and their investments are going to be frozen and seized. So in order for them, now I'm coming now, SOUQ. In order for them to protect their investments, even though they got...
You are just demarketing Nigeria economy.
No, I'm not demarketing their economy.
You just said if you invest in Nigeria.
Demarket Nigeria economy. I'm telling you what is there. And so they have to save some of their investment by taking it out of the country. And they do that. So any businessman that is going to invest and they feel that they are completely safe from all this, then they are the ones that are coming here or going out there to do it, as the case may be.
Besides, can you pause now, please? Okay, Priye, you've given us like three examples. You called Emefiele, you called the last Attorney General, you called one other person. Shamelessly, these people stole government money. Say it in any way you want to say it. If you want to tell me that people come out and you call them politicians and they make money off government and that is an investment from them, that's how they make their money, then you are telling us that we are running.
You are analyzing my points in a very. No. You are giving a lopsided analysis to the points I made.
These names you called, did they come into government?
I mentioned Alakija. Did you call her?
Leave Alakija alone. You talked about these people right now. Did they come into government? They are serving government. Alakija is not serving government.
How did she get her oil well?
How she got her
It's
oil
lobby, and it's legal to lobby.
Excuse me.
Lobbying is not politicking.
Hold on, Priye. Anybody that served government and is coming out to point at billions after serving government, did the person's parents, father, or the person...
Wait. I didn't say corruption was good. Wait now, you need to make that correction. I didn't say corruption is good.
You specifically said
I didn't say that. I'm telling you. Shoot, when we are talking about analysis, we give all the different faces. And it would be wrong for you to capitalize on one and say this is your saying, and so it is. But no, it's not.
Can you not let me speak? Priye, let's get this right. On no account should we even give a voice to anybody that went into government and came out a billionaire and we are giving that person a voice. No, it's wrong. 100% wrong, no matter who the person is, where the person is from. Whether the person is an APC, PDP, Labour, or anything, or they are covering for or not covering for the person. No. Let's put that out there. Now let's talk about business.
Your politicians are the highest paid in the world. So if they go out and they come in with lots of money, there is no way you can blame that. Calm down, Chooks. See, there is no way you can blame that.
The mayor of New York earns $250,000 a year. Tell me one politician that earns more than that. In Nigeria, not even the president.
Right? Let's be specific. Let's talk facts and figures. Right? We are talking about businessmen. We're talking about Nigerians. We want Nigerians to invest in Nigeria. We want people to see Nigeria as an investment destination. So Nigeria cannot be an investment destination when the people of Nigeria that really owe the money and own the money and have the money are investing more outside. Is that how it's done outside this country?
If they have liberty to put their money wherever they want. So don't try to stifle them from using their money for what they want.
90% of the names you mentioned will not want to invest here because they know very well that they stole the money they are investing. So
they have investments here.
You said,
do they have investments here?
Can I follow your conversation?
Do they have investments here?
When there's a shift in government, they know that it's a problem.
Do they have investments here? They have investments here. And also they also have investments abroad.
Okay. Priye, let's agree on this. We need to
my name like 1,000 times.
Thank you very much. We need to invest. Your name sounds good. We need to invest more in this country. Every one of us, we have a stake here. So this is where our stake to be. Not in Bahamas.
A former head of state was saying and lobbying Nigerian politicians that, look, if you stole money and you took it out of this country to invest abroad, it's bad. And they are going to give concession when you are able to bring back that money and put it back into the economy. And that if the government takes you to court, maybe through the instrument of the EFCC or the ICPC, there's going to be a compromise of negotiation. A former head of state said that.
How many of
what is wrong in that? What is wrong? Even the Abacha loot that you are able to, that you have been able to bring back into the country, they ended up re-looting it.
Do you have a fact to that?
What?
Do you have a fact to that?
The Abacha in loots? Oh, come on now. Some of them are out there for us to see.
Did you have a fact to that?
Yeah, of course. It's in public domain.
You have a fact to that?
It's in public domain. It's in public domain. I mean, it's in public domain.
Okay. While we look at Nigeria being the investment destination, we are also calling on ourselves and every major person out there, hey, this land is green and it needs to be tilled. We can't be all picking our bags and leaving the country, whereas Asia is moving down here. That's the funny part. While we are living, their own planes are filled and they are coming here. And tomorrow we are complaining that our Gary is being imported into this country. Tomorrow we are complaining that Mama Nketi's restaurant has closed and a Chinese restaurant has just opened beside Mama Nketi's restaurant. These are things we need to hold ourselves responsible to. This country must grow. Our stock exchange, yes, it needs to recapitalize and it needs to grow. But at the end of the day, if more monies that are really upholding and keeping that capital market working is coming from outside, what if tomorrow something just happened and they decide to pull? These are things we need to think as a people. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll still talk more on app and money. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. You need to hear what happened when the camera is not directly on us. Welcome back. That break was really, really needed. Now, we are still talking and we will keep talking. Africa is a destination for investment. Nigeria is one, and we will work and get it going. Now, let's talk about in-app-based transportation issues. Now, Ocean alleges double VAT deduction on in-drive trips fares. We told you that come January, a whole lot of debugging will be done. Amalgamated Union of App-Based Transporters of Nigeria has raised alarm over alleged double value-added tax deduction on trip fares earned by drivers using the in-drive platform. Now, the association Southwest Vice President Kolawole Aina told the news agency of Nigeria on Thursday that drivers noticed the issue on January 1st, 2026, with two separate VAT charges appearing on their invoices. One as a service payment VAT and another simply marked VAT. The union is demanding clarification and urgent resolution, warning that such deductions further erode drivers' already thin earning. Now, sometime in December, I remember Toby was here, and we were talking about issues that will arise with the tax reforms that are taking place. I said, okay, there's going to be a whole lot of issues, but we will have to deal with them as we go. So Toby was arguing that, no, people should get more informed. And they said, yes, people will get informed, but whether we like it or not, issues will arise. And now gradually they've started cropping up here or the other. In-drive and drivers are having issues with double deduction. That has already been witnessed from the 1st of January. What should be the fastest solution? Or should there be a call center or an emergency place where this can always be sorted out as fast as possible, and we continue?
Mr. Taiwo Yedele, that is the head of the new tax regime, he seemed like a very reasonable person. He's well-traveled. So I believe he should have like a helpline where people can call, because even myself, last night, I went to my barbers and they increased their price by 20%. Okay. And they say, oh, because of the new tax. And I say, now, except you are grossing 200 million, you're exempted from tax. So why do you now say, oh, because you'll be paying more tax? So because I believe Nigeria prefer to consume their news from TikTok, from people that are not informed. People just set their ring lights and just talk anything for engagement. And everybody's just running helter-skelter. And the government has reiterated to say, this tax is even exempting the poor of the poor. It's the richest people that are supposed to be screaming because we've increased what we are taxing them. And it's the people that, a lot of people that are complaining, are people that will even not pay tax. There are people that are exempted from paying tax, and that is what we are seeing. So I believe, I like this public outcry, and we like to point out that it is in-drive that is doing the double tax. That's not federal government. Exactly. Federal government will not directly take tax from businesses. Businesses take taxes and remit to the federal government. That is how it works. So we need to put this out there, because we just like to hate government for everything in this part of the world, and we consume our news from unconventional sources that are not verified, people that don't know their right from their left. They just say anything for engagement online. So there should be helpline, and I like this, and I hope that it gets quickly to Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, and they can set up something, they can address it, they can sanction that particular app that is putting double burden on people patronizing them, because they are the citizens. So if the government is doing a policy to help the citizen and people are taking advantage to inflict pain on them, like the barber that I said, they just increased their price by 20%, when there is a law that actually exempt them from paying tax. Because I don't know how many hair you cut to gross 200 million in Lagos.
Well, if they cut your kind of hair, you never can tell. Priye, let's get to you right now. Now, we are seeing the January issue coming up from this particular tax bill. We know more is going to come. How do you want to get the people, if you are in Oyedele's position right now, how do you want to get the people informed on how to get help, where to get help, and when to accept to pay or not to pay? Because if you also remember right now, if you go to some conventional shops, some retail shops, they still ask you for VAT.
Okay, I think the last time we handled this conversation, I specifically mentioned about 5 areas that was actually mentioned by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, because he's been going out there from platforms to platforms, enlightening Nigerians and talking to Nigerians on the things that tax or VAT would not be applied. He mentioned pharmaceutical, food, transportation, education, and one other item. I think there are about 5 of those. And specifically mentioned transportation. So with regards to this issue, he said that they are being charged VAT. Then I also mentioned at that specific time, who is going to talk to or serve as an agency where the people like this in Drive and others who maybe go to shops to buy food and they're being charged VAT, who are they going to complain to for the government to take it up? And how is the government going to sanction things like this? I laid it plainly on the table, then were told, okay, let's wait till the government is going to take care of that because it's contingency. People are going to abuse it. Because even the transportation, you bought a car, and even if the VAT is added, or maybe you are setting up a manufacturing, or maybe for the production of food, or one of those 5 things that are exempted from VAT, you are supposed to get back, he said the government is going to give you back your VAT so that you don't start charging VAT to consumers when they come. So how is the government going to give back the VAT to these people? Was what probably we did not get from Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. And these are things that must begin to talk about if they are going to follow the VAT and the rules to the latter. Where does the government come in where these people that have expended their money to build businesses that should not charge VAT, are they going to get back their VAT from the government? So these are the issues that we should be looking at for, and for where we should be laying the complaints so that the government can take it headlong. If not, it's just going to be business as usual, and businesses are going to take advantage of it to exploit Nigerians.
And we know businesses are very fast when it comes to trying to take advantage of making extra profit.
Because of the craze for profit.
Be it through government giving means or unconventional means. But now we are seeing this particular issue, and we have to find a way of sorting it out. We saw a whole lot of posts of people saying, when you are transferring money, put this headline, put that narration, put that out there, be specific on this, be specific on that. How is government going to know that, okay, this is, once I deduct payee from my salary, I can transfer my money as much as possible as
that is part of the fake news that we are talking about.
Okay.
Mr. Taiwo Oyedele has come out to say there's nothing like that.
Okay.
But I don't know how many times he needs to come on TV to debunk. I think we should just, when we talk about this, people will raise eyebrows. Government needs to come out on social media and regulate social media. It is a slippery slope. Because I don't know how many times we want a government official to come on TV, to come and debunk every foolish thing somebody is saying in Ibadan or in Kano. So it means the government official will have no job just to come and be debunking, fake assertions. People will just imagine something and they get their ring lights and just say anything. And then we want the government to come to say, oh, no, this is not true. Don't believe this. So this is where the social media needs to be monitored, and it's not clamping on basic rights of communication.
Okay.
It's just, we just need to curb fake news and how it affects us and our economy.
Okay, let's get to what it's coming from the social media. We're getting comments and replies, and they really want to get heard. Now, Toby is saying that he's talking about the fintechs. The truth is the policy and regulations that govern local banks is different from the fintechs. Fintech operate with advanced structure. Yeah, Ekaite is saying, what are fintechs doing differently that traditional banks are not? That's a good question out there. Yeah, Love Praise is saying, given that 65% of Nigerian foreign capital comes from the UK, is the Nigerian economy dangerously exposed to sudden capital flight if a shock were to hit the market? These are questions we also beg for more answers, and we are also telling Nigerians, hey, put your money here. Those in the UK can see that there is profit here. Then I think it's enough for us to also see it and put our money here. Yes, we are having more. This is coming from Austin. I subscribe to what our guest on the show is saying. I don't see it as politicking. I rather see it as expanding the economy. When you invest, that's talking about Nigerians investing in Nigeria. Yes, the pressure is getting... Okay, this is coming from Chukwu Inyelu. SOUQ News Television, we empower business with winning competence. That's coming from Dr. Daousa himself. Please keep these messages coming. We'll keep reading them. Now, let's get to aviation, as my people always say. Now, African Airlines lead global passenger growth with 11.2% surge. We're trying to ask ourselves, is it because of the season? Is it because of the time where we are in right now? But hey, let's tell you the story. African carriers recorded the strongest growth in international passenger demand globally in November 2025. With traffic rising 11.2% year-on-year, according to new data from International Air Transport Association, IATA. The surge highlights Africa's expanding role in global air travel, driven by rising cross-border mobility and improved connectivity, despite persistent infrastructure and regulatory challenges across the continent. Okay. Where people move, businesses move. Is this a positive one for Africa? I was looking at December, but they noted in November, which is good. So is this a positive one for Africa, or should we wait for the next data for December, January, February?
Africa is becoming not just a business hub, but even a tourism hub.
Okay.
About 30 countries out of the 54 countries in Africa and now have a tourism economy. And some of these countries run a 12-year calendar tourism economy, like Egypt, like Morocco. People go there year-round. Like Zanzibar, people go there year-round. So
people go there year-round, or people marry there year-round?
People go there for tourism year-round.
And for marriage?
Yeah, it's still tourism, whether it's for marriage, whether it's for honeymoon, whether it's for vacation. Tourism is tourism. Even if it's for medical,
okay,
it's tourism.
Medical
tourism. So a lot of countries are doing well. We are marketing tourism, which is part of the African potential. And again, Africa is now a hub for business in terms of raw material, lithium, gold. We have so many raw materials, and we can see in Lagos, for example, now, it's hard for you to be in Lagos and not see a white man in a day now. They are all over the place. So we just need to take advantage of that as Africans, because while we are migrating to go and look for a job or greener pasture in the West, they are coming here to capitalize on our economic and business potentials. So we need to look inward for our solutions.
Okay, let's go to our next story, and I'm coming to you, Priya, on this one. That's aviation regulation. NCAA to sanction airlines over persistent flight delays, passenger mismanagement. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, that's NCAA, has announced plans to impose stricter sanctions on domestic airlines over recurring flight delays and poor passenger handling. This was disclosed on Thursday via the official X handle of Michael Achimogu, Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, NCAA, who stated that such inefficiencies will no longer be tolerated. The move signals renewed regulatory pressure to enforce passenger rights and improve service delivery in Nigerian aviation sector. Is this coming too late, or it has come? It has come.
Well, it's something that shouldn't stop coming. It should keep coming. This is a regulatory oversight that the NCAA should, will I say, is that on a monthly basis or on a quarterly basis? It's something that should be done, because I've heard complaints from a lot of people when they talk about flight delay. It's going to defeat a lot of business engagement. It's going to the hospitality, the tourism that we are talking about within Nigeria. It's going to, the efficiency of that, it's going to really affect. It's going to affect the way we operate and run business here. And it's something that the NCAA should keep on tackling, speaking to them. In fact, if there is any form of complaint, it should, of course, it's going to go to the FCCPC, but the FCCPC in this case, will need to be on the NCAA to make sure that, look, sometimes it's not just words of mouth. We need to see some of these airlines sanctioned. We need to see some of the airlines not only sanctioned, but the monies. Because some people, when their flight is either delayed or they miss their flight by virtue of the inefficiency from the airlines, they have to, in the next few moments, look for another available flight if they can. If they can't, probably they are going to take another alternative or way of transportation if they are looking forward to meeting with their business appointments elsewhere. So it should come to discipline, because we need to build confidence in the aviation sector. And if we do not do that, the FCCPC and the NCAA will only be seen as, whenever push comes to shove, you just come out, you're back, then you move back to your dens, and you sit down and wait. Business as usual continues. We need to see them wave the stick, and sometimes always also use the carrot, just the way they've been doing.
While you're talking about waving the carrot and the stick, now let's talk about on the side of the passengers. You have a business to catch. You have an emergency to deal with, and you go ahead, and because of these delays, in some cases, people have lost monies.
Business, yes.
People have even lost lives. But nobody gets to know after that particular incident. We have a culture where we don't sue businesses, or we don't sue airlines, or we don't sue government.
That's if you have the on the side that where the government is getting it wrong is this: when the complaints are laid, you should be you should take it up in a way as if you're trying to save a life.
Okay.
But when they see the complaint just coming from like a regular person and all of that, and they
not an Adam to show,
and they just wave it at, oh, please, I'm so sorry for your loss and all of that, it's going to continue. But if they see the complaints and they jump up and they move, irrespective of who is involved, then we are sending a strong message to the airlines that they need to retrace their footsteps. But in cases where some big shots are involved, that is when you see them jump out and move around like they are working and they are on the issue. And that's eye service. That's hypocrisy.
Okay.
We should avoid that. So I'm trying to answer the main question that you are talking about. The FCCPC needs to start biting. They need to start biting in the sense that there should be a regulation. How are we going to not only refund? Can we also, after giving back your money that you paid for your flight ticket, can you also sanction them to refund about 50% of that to make up for the loss that the person has experienced? Sometimes the 50% that I'm actually proposing or suggesting cannot even take care of the losses that the person or the businessman must have gone through. But we should begin to do things like that, where they begin to pay. Sometimes it comes with sanction. Then maybe they are going to begin to sit up.
Okay.
Because and you also mentioned most people don't sue businesses. In other climes, they sue hospitals. They sue doctors for negligence.
They sue individuals.
Okay, fine.
For stepping on me.
Great. So in this specific case, you can look at the person suing. Does the person even have the financial capacity to pay the lawyer? We know that there's a public complaints commission where you are supposed to go and get a free lawyer to actually fight your case. But this is a pro bono case where there will be no interest. How many law firms run pro bono in Nigeria?
That's it.
So these are
that's a very long question.
These are bottlenecks that could be standing against the performance or the efficiency that we expect coming from aviation and some of the airlines. If it's not taken care of, the status quo is just going to continue.
Okay, I mean, just a quick one. There was this particular, I'm not going to mention their name, there's this particular aviation service
provider in the United States that delayed flights was like their regular menu. And the aviation authorities had to come and find them in millions, and they paid. And things changed. Should we adopt that kind of approach here?
Yes, that is that is what I was going to suggest. So government can find them, but refunding 50% ticket price when there's no cancellation or maybe loss of luggage. I don't know where that is being done anywhere in the world. Even if they lost your luggage, there is a cap to it on how much can be paid. But yes, they can be sanctioned. There's that, and they can mandate all the airlines to have insurance, and such that the insurance can take care of their passengers. And if you are a perpetual latecomer, then it will be difficult for you to have an insurance that insures you. And when you don't have insurance, you hedge yourself out of the business, because government will say you cannot operate without insurance. So that's between you and your insurance company. And if the insurance company look at your record, they see that, we are just going to be paying damages every day. We can't insure you then. You can't operate. So these are a systemic way that will not look like a witch hunt, that is win-win for the passenger, for the aviation economy, and for the government as well.
Okay. Let's keep going. We have less than 20 minutes. We will less than 20 minutes. Now let's get to AFCON. Now, these are those kind of stories that shouldn't even make headlines in the first place. And what are we talking about? Now, the federal government has confirmed that all group stage bonuses owed the Super Eagles players as the ongoing African Cup of Nations has been released. Now, I had to really pause so that to sink in. Now, following concerns over unpaid entitlement, Minister of State. Somebody give me water. Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anete, disclosed the update on Thursday via her X handle, ensuring that the funds had been processed and would reflect in players' domiciliary account within hours. Okay. Now, this is coming from the Minister of Finance, not the Ministry of Sports, not NFF. Yeah. The people responsible for this, yes, they've left them alone. This is not coming from. Why are we setting this kind of embarrassment on ourselves?
It's not. It is the Nigeria that we find ourselves, and it is not just from the ruling class or the politicians. We handle everything with levity. And it has come to the point where the president have to physically and personally handle everything. For example, the case of police escorts to everybody, the presidency now personally clear individuals on case by case, because the IG of police has failed on his mandate to properly screen the people that really need police escorts. He just give to anybody, even Yahoo boys have police escorts. So the president have to now personally screen the people that deserve a police escort. So similar to this case too now, money can no longer be handled to the Minister for Sports. The presidency and the Minister for Finance have to do that. That is what we have to resort to reduce corruption and stealing. And the reason is not far-fetched. Now, if we go on the internet, there are several people standing trial. There's even an allegation against the sitting governor about terrorism funding. But if you look at Nigeria's reaction, they say, oh, it's witch hunting. Oh, how much did he steal? Is he the only one that we steal? So when we continue to pay this kind of, reaction to corruption and stealing, government will not, have no choice than to resort to where the president physically does everything. There is local government autonomy. That is our law. It's not being followed, and nothing is being done. Because if anything is done, if there's a state of emergency, if there's anything, people will politicize it. There is a breakdown of law in Rivers State, and it was trivialized to say, oh, the government is trying to favor a sitting minister. the government cannot favor one person if the other party is not finding one thing. So we trivialize, we look everything from the prism of politicking. Somebody is standing trial, oh, it's because it's opposition. Somebody is doing this, is because... So we as a people, it's almost like we enjoy our money being stolen. And that is what we are getting now. So there will be... releasing of funds will be slow if one man has to clear everything line by line. So what's the essence of having a 44-member minister cabinet?
Yeah, but he appointed the cabinet.
Exactly.
So where is the merit in appointing them?
So he appoints the cabinet, who are Nigerians. And when you have an appointee, you appoint them and can fire them and can discipline them.
So where is firing and discipline?
Now, the firing and discipline is politicized because when something is not properly done and they want to be fired or disciplined, the people will come out to say, out of all these ministers, why is it that is the minister from Abia State that is being fired? We politicize everything.
The minister of Abia State use as an example. Why didn't you use the minister from Bayelsa State? Priye State.
Exactly. So that is what we get. If you look at the last minister that was excused was a minister from the Southeast over certificates. Forgery. You know?
He resigned.
He resigned, but people came out to say, oh, the first and this person from this ethnic house for politics is our own. So when we continue to look everything from the prism of ethnicity, religion, and politics, and we don't look at the merits of the case,
we go nowhere.
We go nowhere.
Okay, Priye, now the Super Eagles, they've made us proud. For the first time, we saw them, they were beating everybody mercilessly. Even other countries had to beg us, hey, beat us, but hey, beat us with some respect. And now we still have this issue of unpaid bonuses. It cost us the World Cup, let's be specific. And this is where we are. Should heads not be ruling at this point in time?
First of all, I think yesterday the NFF chairman, I think if I'm getting not the Nigerian Football Federation, I think the Sports Commission, I'm trying to get his name, SOUQ Diko, came out to say that both the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Ministry of Finance are working together, that they are coordinating with these ministries to be able to release the bonuses to Nigerian players so that we do not, they don't have to boycott or, go out a full protest concerning this. And if we are getting this news today, of course, that means it could be that I don't want to think that the NFF is getting that money straight from the government. And I think if it has to do with the federal government, it could be coming from the CBN and the Ministry of Finance, that should be going straight
to the players.
So I don't think the NFF has control about that. So the control I think the NFF or some of the football agencies should have is that, Mr. President, you made this promise. I think we need to make it timely for these players to get this money, because it will serve as a morale booster. We are going to be meeting on a formidable, what's it called now? Opponent. And we don't need Messi. Please, if you can beat them 7, go ahead. Because I don't think you were playing with Messi in your heart when you lost out from going to the World Cup. So they should go ahead to do that. And it should stop. Things like this should stop. Before now, I think we have some private persons who, like some big industrialists, will come out and tell our players, if you actually win this match, you're going to get $5,000, you're going to get $10,000. And we've seen some promises coming from, and that in itself, it's a morale booster. And most times we've not seen, not in all cases, we've not seen where these private individuals fail in their promise. How come we'll be seeing some form of lapse? Is it the bureaucracy in place that is making it to fail? And sometimes we cannot excuse politics in this matter.
Okay.
Sometimes politics, not in regards to the case of football now, sometimes politics will tell. And we will see a pocket of it. As far as you're a normal person and you read the lines and connect the dots, you can say, oh, you have liberty to say, I think this is because of this. What is actually calling for government action in this aspect is because the government loves A, or the relationship between party A with the government, is more formidable. And the government is trying to get Party B to fall in line. And Party B is being somewhat stubborn and obstinate. And the government wants to, for lack of a better word, pepper that opponent and try to beat him in line. So the government is not exempted. Okay. Sometimes the government plays politics with some issues that it's not supposed to.
With football?
And not football in this case. Even in football we've seen, but I don't want to bring it into football because it's quite sensitive and it's one of the things that brings us together as a nation.
Okay, we want to go past the era of bonuses not paid. We want to go past the era of players having to complain or leave the national team because of bonuses not paid or agreements that were made not fulfilled. We want to go past that. We don't ever want to hear that in our history anymore. Let's just let the boys play their game and be nice. Now, to our last story for today, because our time is almost gone. Box office records, yes. There's this particular lady, you all know her. She has decided to be the wall of Gibraltar when it comes to records in the box office. We are talking of no other but our own fair lady, beautiful one, Funke Akindele. Again, Behind the Scene has become West Africa's highest grossing film ever. Now, Funke Akindele's movie Behind the Scene has overtaken Everybody Loves Jennifer, which happened to be her movie again, to become West Africa's highest grossing movie of all time, setting a new Nollywood box office record. Data from cinema distributors and industry trackers confirmed the milestone, cementing Akindele's status as Nollywood's most commercially successful filmmaker. The achievement also highlights the growing strength of locally produced film in capturing regional audiences and driving theatrical revenue. I think right now we should just give her her flowers and give her her awards and say thank you very much. Just go, because 3 times running she made the record. She broke it. She made it again, and she has broken it again. This is the most viable, commercially viable movie maker right now. Do you think she will open doors for other movie makers when it comes to bankrolling movies? If this is the kind of data we are getting from her?
Yes, she's, data like this is good for the industry. And the industry is very, very vast. It's a whole ecosystem. And these are the numbers that investors want to see to make them come into industries. And, she's representing the agenda very, very well. And not just her, there's Mo Abudu. She's doing extremely well too. There is Toyin Abraham. She's doing fantastic too. And there is Kemi Adetiba.
All ladies.
All ladies. So the Nollywood is fast becoming a lady-domineering industry, which is very, very good. Because every time we talk about female inclusion and everything. So we like to point out that for this industry,
they've taken over.
We need men inclusion now.
Remember us.
Remember us.
We're looking at roughly about 1.78 or about 1.8 billion grossed in less than a month for one particular flick. Now, we're not making comparison between us and Hollywood. No, we're not doing that. But we're looking at our ability to also reach world audience and collect the same box office fee like other nations are doing in Nigeria. How can we start breaking these barriers?
Okay, I think it's quite difficult it's a very competitive stage. And if you look at all the names that they mentioned, Funke Akindele, Mo Abudu, and all of that, including some men too, that constitute the big names and the big brands when it comes to the movie industry. For an investor trying to break into that space, you're going to have to give him some time, because you must look at some of the things that they give what's it called now, attention to before they produce movies. Sometimes these people don't just produce movies because they are trying to satisfy their own, what they like. Even if they are telling life stories or true life stories that may not really appear very, very appealing and attractive, there's a way they make it appealing and attractive. It's like they understand the Nigerian market. Coming into that space, it's grossing this, but we've not seen how much actually she spent. Because that movie industry, if you are getting a director and you're getting a classic director, you know how much you're going to spend. If you are getting a production house to sponsor that, you are looking at their instruments, you're looking at their equipment, some of which, if they're not presently in the country, we need to ship them in. So we can begin to put costs.
No, we have all the infrastructures to shoot our movies. We no longer import equipment, sir. We have everything here.
No.
All the latest gadgets.
No, we do import.
No, sir.
We do import.
No, sir.
We do import.
No, sir.
What exactly are we importing?
We do import
What exactly
cameras. We do import cameras.
Hold on.
We do import manpower because we've seen, even in this vicinity where movies are being shot, we've seen expatriates who are directing.
Hold on, Priye. Now, this is how it works. If I'm collaborating with a studio outside this country, then I'm collaborating with a studio outside this country. I can also shoot without collaborating with a studio outside this country. But for every equipment that is needed for the production to work, it's here.
It's here.
I doubt.
No, sir. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Wait.
Every equipment we need.
Every equipment for production.
Yes, it's here.
We're talking about production that can match with what
yes,
we have
the biggest production.
I don't think we have everything.
We have it. I'm speaking to facts, sir. We have it here. No,
I'm not speaking against facts either.
Prime Video gave my own friend $3 million deal to produce 15 movies without monitoring because all the manpower, everything is called NEMSIA Studio. If you go on Google, you see it. We have everything.
One out of many. Please,
no,
Chooks, when you talk
and they are not the biggest production house. Don't let us dwell too much on this.
When you talk about collaboration, please, when Nigerian studios are collaborating with other studios abroad, there are tax rebates that they get from studios over there. We have not really opened that space for them to come in here. So when they are coming, in terms of manpower, sometimes in terms of equipment, we don't have everything.
Excuse me, sir. K-pop, Korean movie, signed a deal with a Nigerian production company to produce here without sending one single Korean man to Nigeria to monitor anything.
That's just another one. That's just another one.
Priye, hold on. Now, for this particular industry, I think we on this table can speak on that industry because we are also players in that industry. A lot of collaborations that happen between Nigerian production houses and production houses outside here is not majorly for equipment or manpower. A lot of those particular partnerships are done so that at the end of the day, Nigerian movies can sell there. Because that is one major issue we are having here. 99% of what Funke Akindele is grossing is made in Nigeria and small West African countries. We have not been able to scratch the market outside Africa, not even in South Africa.
The deals,
which is where the issue is.
The deals that we sign now is more of financial incentive. They are investing in our movies. They are not bringing manpower or equipment. No. We don't produce cameras, I agree. But if there's any camera, if there's any camera that comes out today, 1 week is in Nigeria. Our movie is that big. We are the third biggest in the world.
I am not speaking without facts because the Mo Abudu that we mentioned had been in our academy, has stayed in class for 3 months. And she has professionals who were teaching. And these professionals are sometimes good breed directors for some of these movies that we are talking about. And if it can be coming from the horse's mouth, then I'm not speaking without facts.
Okay, now our time is fast spent and we need to round up. Now this industry is not just a Nigerian industry or a Hollywood industry. The industry has become, the synergy has become very, very good. So that's why you see directors from Hollywood coming here on a regular basis to shoot. You see people from India coming here on a regular basis to shoot. And that doesn't mean that we don't have all we need here. But we need to open up the market some more. I wanted to ask you that particular question. So can you give it like in 2 sentences? How can our movies sell outside Africa? Because we need them in American cinemas. Not just Netflix, not Google Play, not Apple Store. We need them in American cinemas, Asian cinemas.
Just one answer. It's just investment on marketing. You cannot just dump your movie in the cinema and just expect people to just come and watch. You need to market it. You see, like the American movies, the way they market it such that we feel like it's shot here. If there's any new American movie, everybody in Nigeria know about it. That's the power of money spent on good marketing. So we need to find that investment to market in America too. That's the only time cinemas will take us seriously. But if we just one-time slot, which is money, to show our movie, and there's no marketing that would drive traffic to come through the door, to pay for the ticket to watch the movie. We are joking. Nobody will take us serious. We need that investment. Our movies are good. Netflix being here, Amazon Prime being here is a testimony that our movies are good. That is why they want us on their platform. Now, for the cinemas, we need that marketing money. We need investment to market. Billboard in strategic places, Times Square, all the major places. Let people know that our movies, and the people love our movie. We are the third biggest movie makers in the world, even ahead of Korea. But Korea K-pop is fast moving. They will overtake us if we don't spend that marketing money on global scale.
Okay, our time is gone.
Okay, so strong collaboration with the studios out there, not only for them to come shoot here, but for Nigerian movies to be shot over there and leaving the marketing over there for those studios whose names are known over there, because it will be easier for them to do that than just depending on collaboration for them to come shoot here or bring in whatever they want. It's just being focused here, and that will not make us fly.
Okay, thank you very much to everyone that has made this possible, to everyone that has supported production-wise for Monday to Friday. I want to say thank you very much. Now we have to go. Be your brother's keeper. Think Nigeria, think Africa, and get productive. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Have yourself a very beautiful weekend. Free?
And I'm Oyin Priye Krumale, and thanks for watching. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
I'm Mukhtar Amin. Thanks for watching. Go have a beautiful Friday and relaxing weekend.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun, we enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explore a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money and whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies. You know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media. We have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate developments, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems, they reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had a former Minister of Health, that great woman, Ponja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact and influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, then you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We have started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people, it's a private library, to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, it's all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 50 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school, they stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we were all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the units is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Olumekos, we had the Bazunus in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things. And in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life, in those days, they used to talk about, what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, we do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduje's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation, because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill. which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that although they are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies. They are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. The said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression and the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. and then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to state where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will make it to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The solution is that they will just go back to pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. The 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL fund. So NEL fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you is just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, you either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for checkpoint, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! if this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people, and the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental. against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by the battle of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio till 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. You know, and she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. You know, she studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory, yes, he was in the 1st cabinet in the 1st Republic, the 1st ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's 1st information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's 1st information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's 1st ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the 1st set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage, is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. we had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
The rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroad. balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry?
What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small? We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money,
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, the this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling tackling high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, but one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Business is not a chance play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. Conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe. From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age, when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical root. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun markets, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that will determine if you can go for it. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So, and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that makes it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African woman. Even some of our brothers abroad is making it outside to show us an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how tough the market is, there are influx of artists going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos. When you bring it out, other people will say, people will pay, people will pay, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you not see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
The journey of exploring Africa's uniqueness and spotlighting the continent's powerful stories and promises remains in our heart. And today we unfold one of that story that shapes Africa's soul. Central African Republic, otherwise known as CAR, is the heart of the continent, a land rich in natural wealth, yet often misunderstood. Bounded by 6 neighbors and situated in the very center of Africa, the Central African Republic is landlocked, but far from landlocked in spirit. It is a country of vast green savannas, dense tropical forest, rich wildlife, and river systems that feed both its land and identity. From the Ubangi River in the south to the fringes of the Saharan zone in the north, the CAR holds some of the continent's most ecologically vital and untouched terrain. But beyond the land lies the story of its people, diverse, resilient, and culturally vibrant. The Central African Republic is home to more than 80 ethnic groups, including the Baya, Banda, Mangia, and Sara, each with its own language, dance, craftsmanship, and oral traditions that have been passed down for centuries. Despite a history marked by conflict and political fragility, the spirit of community and cultural pride runs deep. At the heart of CAR's economy is natural wealth. Gold, diamonds, timber, and uranium lie beneath its soil. However, the paradox of abundance is real. These riches have not always translated into broad-based development. Yet, across towns like Bangui, Bosangoa, and Braya, local farmers, traders, and artisans continue to drive informal economies, even as international organizations work alongside the government to rebuild systems and structures. Hope also beats through the arts. CAR's vibrant music and storytelling traditions are rich with wisdom and resistance. From traditional percussion ensembles to modern gospel and Afrobeat, Central Africans use rhythm and voice not only to entertain, but to educate, heal, and unify. The Sanga Trinational Forest, a UNESCO World Heritage Site shared with Congo and Cameroon, is one of the last strongholds of forest elephants and lowland gorillas. A reminder of CAR's role in Africa's environmental balance. Conservation efforts led by local communities are emerging as models for inclusive sustainability. Of course, the Central African Republic still wrestles with serious challenges, including instability, infrastructure gaps, and displaced communities. But across these trials, a quiet resurgence is unfolding. Investments in education, local peace building, women's cooperatives, and agro-processing industries are gradually reshaping narratives from one of crisis to one of courage and capacity. To know the Central African Republic is to understand that even in the most tested territories, Africa's heart continues to beat, strong, steady, and full of promise. This is the uniqueness of Africa. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and a strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from Fiebondien, the beloved fries and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight, and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Gorée's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Djoudj Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and Dakar's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okolo, SOUQ News TV. Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to
Hello and welcome to the Friday edition of Just Africa, the platform where we explore ideas, systems and policies shaping Africa's future. Now, across the continent, Africa's digital and creative economy is growing fast, from fintech to e-commerce to music to film, gaming, fashion and content creation. Innovation is thriving. But behind the headlines lies a quieter challenge. Many of these businesses are scaling faster than the legal and regulatory systems meant to support them. Today's conversation asks a critical question. Can Africa build a truly sustainable digital and creative economy without legal structures and compliance frameworks? Our episode today, Building Africa's Digital and Creative Economy, looks at how law, governance and smart regulations can either unlock innovations or quietly hold it back. Reaching you live from our studios in Lagos, I am Olumide Shukoya. Don't forget, hit the like button, drop a comment, share with your network and subscribe to SOUQ News TV. Yes, so welcome to Just Africa once again. Like I said earlier on, we're talking about a whole lot of things. Africa's creative digital economy is generating a whole lot of new businesses, cross-border opportunities, and fast-rising innovations. However, many startups and creative enterprise operate without legal structures, compliance, and of course, frameworks and intellectual properties required to scale sustainably. And as a result, promising ventures and often collapse under regulatory frameworks. Now, we have a guest who's standing by. He's a very brilliant person. He's a very intellectual person. He is by the name of John Toby Olorun Toby. So glad to have you, Toby. Toby, can you unmute your set? Can you unmute your mic?
Yes. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Yeah. Fine, thank you very much.
All right, so let's dive right into the topic for today. Now, Africa's digital and creative sectors are expanding rapidly. From your perspective, what's driving this growth and what risks lies beneath all this?
Well, so structurally, you will realize that a lot of startup organizations or startup firms fail to do the right thing, sometimes not because they are aware of these procedures. It's just because as Nigerians, we don't, most times we don't place process into whatever we do. And in this industry, you see that over time, there are always IP issues that structurally come from the legal side. Failures to get some licenses, and then on the long run in the future, realize that they start to get fined, it starts to disrupt the workflow that you have, because without some licenses, the agencies will, of course, can come knocking on your door, you can get sued, and all of this because did not do proper foundational checks with probably an IP lawyer or with a legal person that understands these processes. So it's more of a foundational issue when you put in context with regards to founders that have IP, that have entertainment firms or any artistic institution that has to do with IP.
All right, so why do many people overlook the importance of proper legal setup in Africa's digital and creative economy?
Of course, that's a no-brainer. People oftentimes think the legal aspect of these things can be expensive. You're looking at a startup company that is just trying to earn money for themselves, and you come to discuss to them about making payments for a legal person, for a legal team. It takes a brilliant mind, an open mind, a creative mind to see the importance of the legal, to see the importance of legalizing or putting a legal framework to your firm. So ordinarily, people just believe that you have to pay more. Now, for a firm that is, because people start small, let's use in context now, a small scale business, you would ordinarily just put in so much focus on capital to run the business. Now, in running the business, you need to understand that you can only run your business properly when you've channeled your energy, your strategy, your expectations through a framework, and you cannot throw away the legal side. So affordability of getting a legal person is always the issue. Is what comes to mind first for most of these startups. And in the long run, they end up coming to find a lawyer to come clean up the mess that was in the backlog that could have been avoided from the very beginning. So I think basically it's just, I don't think people don't understand that you need a lawyer. They just don't see the importance from the very beginning. And it is very, very important that you get a legal side, a legal structure for a firm when you start. So it's just what it is.
All right, so I like how you put it, the cost of getting a legal representation or a lawyer is what differs a lot of startups, and at the end of the day, they eventually employ them to come and clean up their mess. Now, so what legal rules and intellectual property issues do startups often ignore at the beginning?
Sorry, I didn't catch that question.
I said, what legal mistakes do startups often make at the beginning?
Oh, yeah, simple. Licensing, legal research. Now, I'll give you an example. There's some creatives or there's some creative products that are local. They are location based. So if you do let's say, an entertainment that has to do music or dancing or movie or acting, you need to understand that if you're catching that inspiration from, let's say, from the US and you're based in Nigeria, then you must look at the structure of, the access to that. Are you sampling? Are you taking the entire product? Are you, do you need to reach out to the owner of this particular sample or original work, and you want to sample the beat, the sound? So from the very beginning, it could also be, of course, drawing, painting, and all of that stuff. From the very beginning, the mistake is we don't do enough research to see if you are being protected. Now, for you to actually now even think about being protected, it means that you have a legal person in your team, or you are exposed enough, creative enough to see that you need someone that would be assigned that task to go out to carry out a contextual research with regards to your legal rights to produce, to sell, to market, to visualize these ideas that you have. Because I believe that I tell people that when you get an idea, trust me, there are 10,000 people across the world that have the same idea. So before you go out to now say, okay, I want to materialize this idea, you need to check what name do you want to use for this business, for this firm, for this idea. Is it trademarked? I work for a very interesting minded, boss that anything he wants to do with regards to a project, with regards to a task, with regards to an idea that was given to him. Why? Because he understands the concept of any legalization or any legal structures placed towards this, these products that we call ideas, that we call creative ideas. Because what you do here, that you name here, can be named and IP'd or trademarked by someone in the US, in Canada, in Brazil. And when you start chunking out these ideas into the digital platforms, you end up sharing profits. You can be sued, you can be brought in and questioned. So it's very important that you of course have someone from the very beginning, and that's a mistake a lot of people make. So you need to get someone that does the research. We don't do research a lot of times. As Nigerians, we get the idea, we are so eager to go. Yes, there's a drive to get these ideas visualized, but there's a need to sit back, do a research, and then you get to know. And when I mean research, I'm saying body work that has to do with the legal implications of these ideas and how it impacts you. Like, do you need to get a license? You know, a lot of startups don't have enough license. You just believe that they go to CAC, register their business and all of that. They can just start chunking out ideas. No, CAC, of course, yes, is like the body that helps you to cover your business, that helps you to check your annual returns and all of those things. It makes you legal. It makes you a legal entity. But there's a need for you to do a legal background search for what idea you are putting out there, to stay away from, being sued, to stay away from being banned, to stay from being penalized in the long run. So this is a common mistake that people make. You just believe that because of the idea is yours. Yes, the idea is yours, but that same idea, trust me, there's no like you said, there's no new idea. You can only fine tune it, and then there's a place of the law that says you can now trademark it to be yours. So you can do the same thing as someone else, or if you don't do proper research, legal research, to see if they are not doing the exact same things, exact same color, exact same sound with this person in the US or in China, then you are making a big mistake. On the long run, maybe at the very beginning, you will not be noticed because you're still a new organization, a new firm, a startup. But when you now start in the name, of course, you get penalized.
All right, thank you very much, Toby, for that. Now, so as creatives going into the international licensing or distribution market, what legal protections matters most to them?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I said, for creatives going into international licensing and distribution, what legal protection matters most? For those who want to go into the US market or the EU market, what protection matters most to them? Legal protections. How do they go around it?
Well, how you go about protecting your work generally is, thank God for example, creatives that do music. There are platforms, several platforms like Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube. It's very important that before you go into uploading your music and all of that, you have a local-based lawyer that checks to see that this thing's beneficial to you. Because I know some artists or some creatives that don't put up their music in some of these platforms. The fact that they are there is not just an outright for you to just put up your music there. Your kind of music, your style of music might not be profitable in that side of, or now that side of platform, that kind of platform. Someone that will guide, someone that can interpret terms and conditions. So, talking about guidance, it is very important that you look at YouTube, for example, has an audience reach that you'd activate. Of course, where do you want your music to go to? How many people do you want to listen to your music? Is this 18 plus rated? The words in your music. So all of these things, these are the things that, of course, you need a lawyer to do. So protection is an open-based discussion, because depending on your location, for example, we are in Nigeria now, we have the IP laws that will be looked into and interpreted for you. So the first things first to get protected is to get a lawyer. The first things first to get protected is to understand the kind of the kind of craft that you want to do. Because again, like I said earlier, you can let me use music. You can let's use movie, for example. You might want to chunk out a series of movies as an actor that has to do with issues with minors. You understand? This is a very sensitive idea. It's a very sensitive craft. A very sensitive visualization of an idea that you have. It's very important that you look through the terms and conditions of the platforms that you want to put these videos on. And then on those platforms, they already have, made a catalog to to mark out and censor the kind of products you want to put on their platforms. So these things are part of the research I said earlier that a lawyer would do for you ordinarily. Looks at your body work and then helps you to navigate how you can post up these products on these platforms. So that's how you get protected, because you can just think, oh, I'm singing a song that's maybe a lullaby for kids, or the sound, the tone might not be well taken or presented to a Chinese kid or to a British kid, because you might just sound very hard and very harsh, and you get penalized.
All right, thank you very much. So, as a legal expert, what law or policy changes are needed for the digital economy, or the digital business, and of course the creative sector?
I don't think right now, off the books, I don't think there are any new laws I would recommend, because kudos to our IP lawyers and entertainment lawyers. I think where we are right now is more of awareness. I'll talk about more of awareness. I usually say there are so many laws out there that are already built and created to help guide creatives. It's just for creatives to now be aware, self-aware of these laws, to be self-aware of getting lawyers involved. There are people. You're going to build a team from the very beginning as a startup music or creative person. Then you must create your team so that it is well structured, through your terms and conditions, your contracts, your MOUs, assign them to these individuals, inclusive of the legal person. Now, they, of course, will help you map out, how you go about it. And I think it's very helpful. So there are no legal recommendations I will give right now, because the ones that we have currently, that are currently working and they're currently effective, it's just for creatives to be aware. I'll give you an example before I end. You would realize that when Shakir, had an issue, he had a fallout, or let me use the word fallout, with his record label back then in Nigeria, some years ago. There was a statement that sounded like, he was not open to reading his terms and conditions, he was not open to taking up the contract and giving it to a lawyer to interpret, because he was so excited. Don't use the word excited. These are the mistakes that creatives make. So the laws are there. Don't forget, the document that was given to you as a creative to sign was drafted by a lawyer. So you need a lawyer to interpret it for you. So the laws are there, and they are well structured. Actually, in Nigeria, the IP laws in Nigeria, kudos to the IP lawyers in Nigeria, they are doing their best to get creatives protected. So it's just for us to look inwards at the laws and see how it favors us.
All right, thank you very much, John Oloruntobi, for your insight, and thank you for joining us on Just Africa.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. John Oloruntobi is also a legal expert. Thank you for joining us. Today's conversation makes one thing clear. Innovation doesn't thrive in chaos. It thrives in systems that protect creators, attracts investment, and builds trust. Africa's digital and creative future will not be powered by talent alone. Yes, of course, but by the legal and international foundations that allow talent to scale, earn, and endure. Coming up shortly, Just Africa, as Africa becomes increasingly digital, the space is where citizens access news, express opinions, and engage in public debates are shifting rapidly from traditional media to social platforms, algorithms, and data-driven systems. Now, while these changes expand access and participation, they also raise urgent questions about who controls information, whose voices are amplified, and how democratic values are protected online. Our guest is on standby to dissect this discussion. And if this discussion matters to you, like the video, like our YouTube page, leave a comment, and share it right here on SOUQ News TV. We'll go on a short break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the show where we examine ideas shaping Africa's economic and cultural future. Today's On Africa public debate has moved online. Social media and digital platforms now drive political discussions, information sharing, and civic action. But the key question remains, who controls these spaces? Who owns the data? And how does free speech, or how free is speech when platforms, governments, and algorithms decide what we see? Today's episode borders around who controls the digital public square, media freedom, data, and democracy in Africa. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Thandi Smith, Head of Programs and Media Monitoring Africa, Media and Policy and Internet Governance Expert, Researcher. So glad to have you, Thandi.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so very much for having me. Really excited to get into this really important discussion.
It's a pleasure to have you also. Now, so how has the move from traditional media to social media and digital platforms changed public discussions in Africa?
So I think that we still don't really have a grasp on how this has had the size of the impact that this has had on public discourse, on people engaging, on opening up spaces to engage, not only in public, but it's changed the way that media have been able to engage with audiences, with people. If we look at historical media models, your newspapers, television and radio even, it was a very linear, one-directional way of engaging with information. News media produced the information, using various news processes and methodologies, produced information, and audience would consume that information. And over time, we see, a lot more audience engagement through those traditional news models. What we have now in this completely changed digital environment is a cross multi-linear, many different directions of being able to engage not only from news to audience, but from audience to news and audience to each other. And, it doesn't even stop there. You can look at how this has changed communication across almost every single industry, including civic participation and how people engage in civic participation using simple devices.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the digital space has become Africa's new town hall. I mean, you hear of media trials, fake news, you hear of so many other things like that. So why is the control of digital platform, why has it become the most important democracy issue in Africa?
So I think that there are a number of issues that play into this around control over platforms. On the one hand, you look at platforms themselves and the sort of corporate control over platforms as a business, because I think, one of the key things, or the key issues that people tend to forget when having these discussions is that the platforms that we use to communicate and engage are essentially products, and people are making money off those platforms. So on the one hand, there's the corporate control over business models and making a profit. Secondly, it's, government control over communication. And, that gets into, I know we'll discuss at some point, media freedom and issues of freedom of expression and that. But when government has control over modes and models of communication, there's that control over the public, over that narrative, shaping those narratives. And there's a political agenda to that as well. And so who controls the platforms becomes those in power who are able to shape, manipulate, and push certain narratives and agendas using those very platforms. Again, like I said, for corporate, it's about money, it's about business models, it's about profits. For government, it's now a changing way of having influence over public opinion, and shaping narratives around, what would be democratic processes. So you see governments turning to have that influence and control over these platforms, over these digital public spaces, the same way that we see, governments trying to control state media, trying to influence public broadcasting. It's a very similar concept in terms of why you would want that control and how you would want that control.
All right, so we often talk about press freedom, which you also mentioned. We talk about it in traditional terms, that's for newspaper and broadcast media. But how is the rise of digital media? How has it transformed? How has it shaped, that media freedom in Africa?
I don't think that there can be, one answer that will tackle media freedom across the continent as a whole, because I think that the one thing that's really interesting is that every jurisdiction, every country on the African continent operates differently. There are different laws, there are different policies that govern how people engage with one another, that level of freedom of expression, definitions and, understandings of hate speech, of incitement. But if we do try and just take a step back and generalize a little bit for the sake of this conversation, digital platforms, I think, has elevated the ability to express yourself, whether that expression is, a legal or, whether you want to challenge what that means. I think that the digital environment has absolutely created spaces to be more free in how you express yourselves. Another really interesting element when talking about freedom of expression and how the digital environment has had an impact on that is looking at the infrastructure side. We're talking very much in terms of, policy and regulation and the concepts of this, but I do want to sort of bring the topic of access to this digital infrastructure, because that has a big impact on freedom of expression. If you do not, or if you are unable to access the digital public sphere, if you're unable to access devices and, internet and data, you are then excluded from that digital public sphere. And so that does have an impact on your freedom of expression, because you are being prevented from engaging in a sort of what's now considered a normative space to do that. And so, when we're looking at freedom of expression, again, it's policy and regulation, how that has shifted. It's the freedom to access infrastructure in order to participate actively. And then we can also look at issues of safety and literacy and all of that. But I think to sort of summarize that point, digital spaces have enabled people on the continent to have a far higher level of freedom of expression. However, you do see government, policymakers, corporates seeing this change in how people are communicating, and that's when you get the heavy-handed crackdowns on internet freedom, on shutting down the internet, blocking communication channels. So even though the ability is there and there is a higher level of freedom of expression, you're also seeing on the other side heavier clampdown on the very infrastructure that is enabling that freedom of expression.
All right, so I liked how you explained and dissected this, because I was going to even ask, that in some climes, internet access is sometimes suspended. I mean, we've seen sometimes during election, a particular election in Africa, internet access was suspended. News could not even go around, via digital platforms. So, but then again, governments also use this same digital platforms to shape certain narratives. So, in your opinion, has wider internet access helped democracy, or has it caused more harm?
Sure. I don't think that it can be one or the other. I think that it's both helped democracy. It's given people access to tools, to communication channels, to, being able to participate and share and receive information and, use communication channels to gather, to organize, to really be able to enhance that active citizenry, and especially in a specific election time. I think that communication digital platforms do assist. However, in the climate that we see at the moment and the way that platforms are regulated and controlled, and with the sort of unregulated space of disinformation and false information, it has had a detrimental effect on elections and democracies across the world, not just in Africa. We see how people have used digital platforms to influence, to manipulate, to spread disinformation and deepfake content in order to, challenge and attack other political parties. And so it's not to say that we should just shut down the platforms, because that's not the answer to this. I think we're dealing with a challenge where there are both very real advantages and very real threats and disadvantages. And it's about how we manage both of those to create an environment where you are able to use it for furthering sort of democratic project. But yeah, I think we can safely say we've seen how digital platforms and social media platforms specifically have had a very negative impact on how elections have run. I think that it's also, important to talk about the fact that we often have these conversations where we focus on the platforms, we focus on the digital spaces, we talk about disinformation during elections. And disinformation during elections isn't anything new. It's not a result of the social media platforms now. It's not to say that before social media platforms, we didn't have threats to democracies and, we didn't have disinformation and propaganda. It was all very real. It was just taking other formats. The danger of social media during elections now is that the disinformation, the information can go viral and can reach so many more people. So the amplification of that information is what is now considered to be the threat. It's not necessarily that it's suddenly this new phenomenon of disinformation during elections.
All right, thank you very much. So if I may ask, what do media checks, what do they show about unfairness, visibility, and exclusion in online news?
So, so are we talking about in sort of online news and how online news is now operating and the checks and balances that should go with that?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
So I think that the way that news now operates, the digital space has opened up a flood of information. I think I want to start there. It's no longer, so channeled and tailored to the audience. People have access to hundreds, if not thousands, of online news sources nowadays. And I think that becomes very difficult for audience, for people consuming news, to be overwhelmed by information and to know who is a credible online source and who shouldn't be trusted as a news source online. And that speaks to your question about the checks and balances and, online news and how they operate. Even though we're looking at digital advances, at digital platforms, when we think about news and what news means and what the responsibility of news platforms is in a traditional sort of news model, it comes back to being accurate, being objective, and being credible. And so we're seeing online news spaces, online news entities, media, in all formats, having to go back to the fundamentals of what it means to produce good quality news. And it's now dealing with, I know that your previous session discussion looked at AI and how AI is changing things. AI is also changing the news space, changing the media space as well. And so journalists have now had to become fact checkers themselves. They have to do additional work to verify information, to ensure that what they are producing at the end of the day speaks to those traditional fundamental elements of what makes a good news entity.
All right, so how does all this affect elections, protests, and holding leaders accountable?
I'm really glad you mentioned the holding leaders accountable issue, because that is one of the fundamental roles of journalism, of news. It's, yes, we look at entertainment, we look at education, we look at awareness, but one of the key things around a credible news and journalism is about holding those in power accountable. And so what this sort of space means for elections, for democracy, is that journalists have a greater challenge than ever before in order to hold elected representatives accountable. And it's more important than ever before because, we see politicians on social media, we see political parties on social media and engaging on digital platforms. And again, it's I want to reiterate, going back to the fundamentals of journalism and holding those in power accountable, and not only about politics and election promises and election campaigning, but about how politicians and political parties conduct themselves online, and using digital platforms responsibly, not inciting violence, not spreading hate speech or xenophobic speech. So there are a lot of parameters that journalists and news can look at and follow up on when we're considering the digital space. But we also know that this new digital environment has had huge negative impacts on news media models, traditional models, and sustainability. And so news media have had to adapt in how they're changing how they operate. But just bringing it back to elections and elected officials, I think it is more important than ever before for journalists to continue holding those in power accountable.
All right, thank you very much. When we come back, we're going to discuss who owns and controls data in Africa's digital space. But for now, let's go on a short break. Please stay tuned. And when we come back, we'll continue. Stay tuned.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We're still discussing who controls the media, who controls the media space, the digital public and media space, and we are on with Thandi Smith. So glad to have you, Thandi Smith.
Thanks very much. I'm enjoying being part of this discussion. Thank you.
All right, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty of this conversation. Who owns and controls data in Africa's digital space, and who is left out?
So when we look at controlling data, we're looking at controlling information. And I think we need to start by separating sort of what exactly we mean when we talk about data and information. And what a lot of people don't really internalize or consider is that so much of our information, our personal data, our communication, all happens on our devices. And it usually happens on various social media platforms. And these social media platforms have presence and operate across almost, every corner of the world. And it becomes quite technical when we talk about who actually owns the data, because essentially the companies that own the platforms own the data. But it also depends on what regulations and restrictions guide how that data gets managed and how that data gets controlled. Over the last few years, we've seen a lot of movement in the the way of ensuring that there's data protection for people that are using these platforms, because when these platforms started, what we saw was where the data centers, the data servers, whichever country was operating the data servers that belong to these corporates, that is where the data is controlled. And that is the jurisdiction to which your information gets regulated, or what access and what or the word I'm looking for, what you have available at your hands in terms of how you can manage or request data, or work with that data. And so it really comes down to those who own the platforms, those who own the models, own the data that gets put in. What we have seen again over the last couple of years is that places like the EU have introduced certain regulations and acts. We know there's one called the Digital Services Act that basically says to these companies and these social media platforms that if you want to operate in our jurisdiction, then you have to comply with how we want you to own and control the data. And so we are seeing that sort of taking shape around the world, but we're definitely quite far behind on the African continent when it comes to holding platforms accountable in what they're doing with our data. The difficulty here is that when you sign onto these platforms, when you sign onto these digital services, the terms and conditions that you accept, you are allowing these companies and these social media platforms to do what they would like with your data. And that is how we get into the space of targeted advertising, of algorithms, and it's the foundation to your entire online experience is around who controls that data and how they use those data points on you. I think it's a very controversial issue still, platform accountability and ownership of data. And again, I know, here in South Africa, we have the information regulator, and we are in the process of developing policies. We do have some regulations in ensuring the safeguarding of our personal information.
I'm glad you mentioned South Africa, which brings me to my next question. What can Africa learn from South Africa's experience with digital policies?
We are not doing very well with digital policies here in South Africa at the moment. I think that, if we look at ourselves compared to other global players, even other countries on the continent, South Africa has been lagging in how we have transformed, not from an industry perspective, not from a practical technology perspective, but from a governance and policy perspective. I think we fell into the model of needing to go through to traditional policy development processes for an industry that does not allow that amount of time to develop regulations and policies. I think we are only now in South Africa starting to implement and update and amend regulations that had governed ICT and electronics 20, 30 years ago. And so it really feels like we are playing catch up. However, where I do have to, look at the positive, or where I think we are making strides, is that when you look at policy and governance of tech, of AI, of digital spaces, we have to sort of consider the public interest. We have to consider the human side of what you're trying to regulate. You have to consider ethics and rights and rights-based policy. And I think we are slowly getting that right. In South Africa, we are lucky enough to enjoy a very high level of media freedom and freedom of expression in the country, and we do see that filtering into how we are shaping our governance and our policy in the digital spaces. But we are very far behind in how we are trying to govern and regulate our digital environment.
All right, so if I may ask, how can African regional bodies set better rules and enforce them properly?
So there's actually a really interesting process taking place at the moment. The African Human Rights, the African People's Human Rights Commission is busy going through the development of resolutions and guidelines on exactly this topic of looking at issues of information integrity, of including platform accountability, of access to data, and of public broadcasting, principles around public broadcasting. And so we're actually in a really exciting time on the continent where you have regional bodies and UN bodies and these regional policymakers who are right in the middle of drafting and developing policies and regulations and guidelines that work for the continent. I think that is a critical element that we need to consider, is that it's not going to be good enough to just take the blueprint of policies and regulations designed by Europe, designed by the US and other Western counterparts, and place that on the African context and think that will work. We have to ensure that we take our approach, we take our policies and our regulations, and we shape them into how they need to fit the continent. We are seeing some really great policies coming out of regional bodies. We're seeing great policies around universal access to the internet, around digital platforms and elections. And it's to amplify what exists. It's to participate in developing what is in the process of being developed and to implement. It's all very good to talk about policy and regulation and we could have the best policy and regulation, in the world. But if it can't be implemented effectively and if it can't meet people where they're at, it becomes redundant. So it's important to have practical policy and regulation that speaks to a rights-based approach that can actually be implemented across the sectors.
All right, so in rounding up, what should a fair, safe, and open African online space look like?
I think that the first thing that comes to mind when I think of that is, a less government interference in online spaces. We don't want to see internet shutdowns. Access. Infrastructure access, data access, and digital literacy. Digital literacy on the continent, digital literacy across the world, how to use online spaces safely and freely, ensuring that freedom of expression isn't clamped down on, but also to ensure that we manage our reactions, we combat disinformation, we mitigate hate speech and incitement to violence, and we use the online spaces for the potential that it has in terms of doing good, and bringing people together and creating that space for civic engagement. But again, if we don't have universal access to the internet, that sort of applied across the continent, we are going to leave a lot of people behind in this transformation into this digital tech environment. And if we do that, it's going to leave a very negative outcome at the end of the day.
All right. So in all of this, do you advocate for social media or digital platforms being regulated, either from those who are shaping the narrative or the back-end consumers?
I'm not going to give a clear answer because there does need to be some regulation. Regulation isn't bad. Regulation safeguards how we operate in these spaces. It safeguards how the social media platforms are able to conduct themselves. We need some form of regulation. However, it's not only the responsibilities of the platforms to regulate themselves. We also don't want too much regulation by government, because when we over-regulate from a state perspective, that then gives rise to threats of clamping down on freedom of expression, of over-regulation, of, too much interference and influence from the state. We have to have models of independent sort of regulation and safeguards and a multi-stakeholder approach in how we regulate and hold these platforms accountable. It has to come from industry, from government, and from independent bodies, independent regulators. But more importantly, it's bringing in the elements of literacy, of media literacy, of digital literacy from a very young age, so that we don't have to regulate after the fact, that we bring everyone up at the same level. But again, I'm not for or against regulation in its entirety. There has to be some regulation. We have to respect and adhere to some sort of guidelines and the rule of law when we communicate on social media platforms. Over-regulation is dangerous, and it's a very fine line that many countries are balancing at the moment.
All right, thank you very much, Thandi Smith, for your insight. Thank you for joining us on Just Africa. This has been an intellectual conversation, and you have spoken like a true gatekeeper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. Yes, the digital public square. The digital public square is something that we need to safeguard. It's not just about technology. It's about power, right, voice, and accountability. As Africa becomes more connected, the fight for media freedom and democratic space is increasingly being fought online in code, policies, and platforms. And on this note, we draw the curtains on this week's episode of Just Africa. We would like to thank all our guests, Toby Olorun Toby and Thandi Smith. Don't forget to like, comment, share this video, and don't forget to subscribe to SOUQ News. And for everyone out there who has been watching, special thanks to the producer, the director, those behind the scene, behind the camera, making sure that every episode is done well, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Big thank you for, but a bigger thanks to you out there. Keep watching, keep liking, drop your comments. We will read all of them. I am Olumide Shokoya. I'll see you soon.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. with the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Well, you already know, my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth. and we're proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them, we still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs, letter to the editor, to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it. Okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy? I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akiodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. You know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor, students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay, but at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest, 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, you know, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. You know, I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. You know, for both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. You know, then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, you know, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still going. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. just pick up your bell and you ring and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, you know, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, you know, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So what, I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they've sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. He too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. they know, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps, and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. President Bola Tinubu raised corporate Nigeria and investors as Nigerian Exchange Group surpasses 100 trillion naira in market capitalization. And Lagos State House of Assembly approves 4.44 trillion naira budget for the Sanwo-Olu administrations for 2026 fiscal year. An African Development Bank has successfully priced a £1 billion 3-year global benchmark bond to reinforce investors' confidence in the continent. And EU nations are expected on Friday to approve bloc's largest ever free trade agreement with South American group Mercosur. And the federal government confirms all group stage bonuses owed to Super Eagles at ongoing AFCON have been fully released. Now let's begin. President Bola Tinubu has praised corporate Nigeria, investors and capital market stakeholders following the Nigerian Exchange Group's landmark achievement of surpassing 100 trillion naira in market capitalization, describing it as a clear signal of renewed confidence in the economy. In a statement issued by the Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, on Thursday, Tinubu said the milestone reflects the emergence of a new economic reality and a rejuvenation of Nigeria's financial markets. He noted that it underscores the positive impact of ongoing reforms and the resilience of the nation's economic institution. The president encouraged Nigerians to increase their engagement in the local economy, assuring that 2026 would deliver stronger returns as economic reforms continues to take effect. He described the Nigerian Exchange Group achievement as a testament to the country's investment potential and a vote of confidence in Nigeria's long-term growth prospects. Now, the federal government has earmarked 2.3 billion naira in the 2026 appropriation bill for the payment of pensions, allowances, and other statutory entitlements for Nigeria's former presidents, head of state, and their deputies. The allocation is contained in a budget document submitted to the National Assembly for legislative consideration. The provision covers benefits guaranteed under existing laws, including accommodation, security, medical care, vehicles, and periodic allowances for eligible former leaders. Such payments are recurrent obligations of the federal government and are funded annually, regardless of prevailing fiscal pressures on competing spending priorities. The allocation has again drawn public attention to the cost of governance amid debates over rising debt, weak revenues, and cuts to social and capital spendings. While officials argue the payments are legally mandated, critics said the reform is needed to align benefits with Nigeria's current economic realities as budget scrutiny intensifies ahead of final approval by lawmakers and the public. The federal government has earmarked 1.7 trillion naira in the 2026 appropriation bill to clear outstanding debts owed to contractors for capital projects executed in the year 2024, signaling an attempt to address mounting arrears in public infrastructure spending. The allocation contained in a proposed 2026 budget presented to the National Assembly is aimed at settling verified payment obligations arising from completed and certified projects across ministries, departments, and agencies. Officials said the move is expected to restore confidence among contractors, many of whom have faced cash flow pressures due to delayed payments, project suspensions, and rising input costs. Persistent debt to contractors has been a long-standing challenge, often slowing project delivery and increasing costs through claims and variations. By providing a dedicated provision for arrears, the government hopes to stabilize the construction value chain, unlock stalled projects, and improved budget credibility, while signaling commitment to fiscal discipline and timely execution of capital expenditure programs. Now, the bank verification number, popularly called BVN enrollment in Nigeria, increased by 6.87% or 4.36 million, reaching $67.84 million by the end of December 2025, up from 63.48 million a year earlier. According to data from the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the growth reflects a continued drive to expand financial inclusion and strengthen identity verification across the banking sector. The 4.36 million new registration recorded between December 2024 and December 2025 underline efforts by banks and regulators to enroll more customers into the BVN system. This unique 11-digit number allows for biometric verification across the Nigerian banking industry, helping reduce fraud, improve customer identification, and enhance transaction security. Launched on February 14, 2014 by the Central Bank of Nigeria in partnership with the Bankers Committee, the NIBSS, and German firm Damalog. The scheme remains central to modernizing banking operations and promoting secure financial services nationwide. Now, the fuel supply arrangement between Dangote Petroleum Refinery and 20 major petroleum marketers has collapsed after their parties failed to agree on pricing terms. Under the deal, marketers were to collectively offtake about 600 million liters of petrol monthly, a structure expected to stabilize domestic supply and reduce reliance on imports. Sources familiar with the talks said negotiations broke down after marketers rejected pump price expectations linked to refinery output costs, logistics, and foreign exchange considerations. Marketers reportedly argued that the proposed pricing would squeeze margins and limit competitiveness, while the refinery maintained that its terms reflected prevailing market realities. The collapse highlights ongoing tensions in Nigeria's downstream sector, despite the startup of Africa's largest refinery. Industry analysts warn that without consensus on pricing frameworks, benefits from local refining may be delayed. The development could prolong import dependence, pressure exchange demand, and complicate government efforts to stabilize fuel supply, according to reports. Now, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has announced plans to impose tougher penalties on domestic airlines with chronic delays and safety violations, aiming to improve service reliability and passenger protection. The regulator said airlines that consistently fail to meet scheduled departures, adhere to safety standards, or address operational lapses will face higher fines, possible suspension of routes, and other administrative sanctions. The move comes amid rising complaints from travelers over frequent delays and service disruptions, which have affected public confidence in the domestic aviation sector. The NCAA officials emphasized that the enhanced regulatory framework will prioritize passenger welfare, safety compliance, and operational accountability. Airlines have been urged to implement a robust internal system to minimize delays and maintain high safety standards, with the authorities signaling that enforcement will be stringent and non-negotiable from 2026 onwards. The Lagos State House of Assembly has approved a 4.44 trillion naira budget for the Sanwo-Olu administration 2026 fiscal year, marking a significant step in the state's planning and development agenda. The budget outlines allocations across the sectors, including infrastructure development, healthcare, education, and social services, reflecting the administration's priorities for sustainable growth and improved public service delivery. Lawmakers noted that the budget seeks to balance developmental needs with fiscal responsibility while ensuring continued investment in strategic projects across Lagos. The state officials emphasized that the approved budget is aimed at promoting economic growth, boosting employment, and enhancing the welfare of residents. The legislative approval sets the stage for implementation, with the executive expected to begin the disbursement of the funds in line with planned programs and the initiatives for the year. Now, still to come in the news, Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko said the country does not plan to pursue a debt restructuring plan in 2026 amid fiscal pressure. I'll bring you detail of that story in a moment. To stay with us.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the World News. Now, the African Development Bank has successfully priced a £1 billion 3-year GPP global benchmark bond due in January 2029, marking its return to the sterling debt market and reinforcing investor confidence in the multilateral lender. The bond attracted strong demand from a broad range of institutional investors, including asset managers, central banks, and bank treasuries. Market participants said the transaction benefited from the AFDB's AAA credit ratings and its growing relevance among sterling investors seeking high-quality supranational exposure, and proceeds from the issuance will be used to support the bank's development, financing activities across Africa. The deal reforms part of the AFDB's broader funding strategy for 2026 aimed at diversifying its investor base and maintaining cost efficiency and effects and access to global capital markets by re-entering the sterling market. The bank signaled confidence in favorable funding conditions and its ability to mobilize long-term resources to finance infrastructure, climate resilience, and inclusive growth projects across the continent. Now, Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko said on Thursday that the country does not plan to pursue a debt restructuring, even as it faces a challenging repayment in schedule and rising fiscal pressure. Sonko said the government remains confident it can meet its obligation through reforms and improved financial discipline, despite the strain posed by existing liabilities. Senegal's debt burden has come under sharp focus after the International Monetary Fund disclosed that the public debt reached about 132% of GDP at the end of 2024. The spike followed revelations by the current administration that billions of dollars in liabilities were allegedly cancelled by the previous government, worsening the country's fiscal outlook and credibility with lenders. Sonko said the government is prioritizing transparency, expenditure control, and revenue mobilization to stabilize public finances without resorting to restructuring talks. Analysts note that while avoiding restructuring may reassure creditors in the short term, sustained reforms and growth will be critical to easing Senegal's heavy debt load and restoring investor confidence. Now, Zambia will pursue a new program with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, rather than extending its current loan agreement, the Financial Ministry announced on Thursday. The government said it had earlier considered a one-year extension of its extended credit facility, which would have provided about $145 million in additional funding. Officials said the shift reflects Zambia's focus on securing a framework better suited to its evolving economic priorities, including fiscal consolidation, debt management, and sustainable growth initiatives. Analysts view the decision as a strategic move to align IMF support with longer-term structural reforms. The current loan arrangement expires at the end of the month, prompting urgent negotiations to ensure continuity of financial support. Observers note that a new program could bolster investor confidence while providing Zambia with a roadmap to stabilize public finances amid ongoing fiscal and external pressures. Now, Egypt anticipates the disbursement of the remaining €4 billion, an equivalent of $4.66 billion of a previously announced €5 billion macro financial assistance package from the European Union. The Foreign Minister Abad Abdelati said on Thursday that the funds are expected to be released in 3 tranches by 2027. The assistance forms part of the EU's broader support to Egypt, aimed at bolstering economic stability, financing key reforms, and supporting development projects across the country. Abdelati noted that the EU package complements Egypt's ongoing efforts to strengthen public finances and encourage investment. Officials said the remaining tranche will help manage budgetary pressures while fostering macroeconomic resilience. Analysts view the continued EU support as a vote of confidence in Egypt's reforms program and its ability to navigate fiscal and external challenges amid global economic uncertainties. Now, India's trade agreement with the United States was delayed after Prime Minister Narendra Modi did not place a telephone call to President Donald Trump to finalize negotiations, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said on Friday. The delay comes amid ongoing discussions over tariffs, the market access, and regulatory alignment between the two countries. Lutnick noted that both sides had made significant progress on key aspects of the trade deal, but absence of direct communication at a critical moment stalled the process. Negotiations are now awaiting further engagement from Indian authorities to move the pact forward. Observers said the postponement could affect bilateral trade flows, investment plans, and strategic economic cooperation, particularly in sectors such as technology, agriculture, and energy. Both governments are under pressure to resolve outstanding issues swiftly to prevent further delays in trade commitments, according to reports. Now, China's car market showed signs of strain in 2025, with domestic sales slowing to their weakest pace in 3 years, even as exports made in China vehicles surpasses expectation. Data from the China Passenger Car Association on Friday. It revealed that the sales dropped by 14.5% in December year-on-year basis to 2.28 million units, marking the steepest decline since February 2024 and a sharp worsening from November's 8.5% fall. Automakers are increasingly looking abroad to offset weakening domestic demand, stepping up exports to global markets where Chinese brands have gained traction. Rising competition at home, tighter credit conditions, and economic uncertainties which contributed to the slowdown in domestic consumption. Analysts said the dual strategy of expanding overseas sales while managing a sluggish local market will be crucial for Chinese automakers in 2026 as they navigate declining domestic sales and aim to sustain revenue growth through exports. Japanese household spending rose unexpectedly in November, signaling a recovery in private consumption after a steep decline in October. The government data released on Friday showed consumer spending increased by 2.9% year-on-year, well above the median market forecast of a 0.9% drop. The rebound was driven by stronger outlays on food, utilities, and discretionary goods, indicating households are gradually regaining confidence in the economy. Analysts note that this uptake may support a broader economic growth in the coming months as consumption remains a key driver of Japan's GDP. Despite lingering uncertainty over inflation and global economic pressures, the rise in spending suggests that domestic demand is stabilizing. Economists rather see this as a positive signal for policymakers aiming to balance stimulus measures with inflation control. Now, still to come in the news, the United States set to provide $45 million in assistance to Cambodia, Thailand, and to support peace-building efforts among the countries. You join us in a moment.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, After his keen education, excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. Now, the European Union nations are expected on Friday to approve the bloc's largest ever free agreement with South American group, Mercosur, more than 25 years after negotiations began and following extensive deliberations to secure support from key member states. The European Commission, which finalized the talks a year ago alongside nations including Germany and Spain, says the deal is crucial for opening new markets, offsetting losses from U.S. tariffs and reducing dependence on China by securing access to essential minerals. Supporters argue that the pact will boost trade, create opportunities for European businesses, and strengthen economic ties with South America, while critics have raised concerns over environmental and labor standards. The approval marks a historic milestone in EU trade diplomacy and reflects a strategic push to diversify global economic partnership. Now, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney and Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva spoke on Thursday about the ongoing situation in Venezuela and reaffirmed support for a peaceful negotiation and Venezuelan-led transition process that respects democratic will of the Venezuelan people, a statement from Carney's office said. The conversation followed a U.S. military operation that seized ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife and brought them to New York, a move that drew both regional and international scrutiny. Carney and Lula emphasized the need for the parties to uphold international law and sovereignty as tensions persist around the Venezuelan political future. Canada has criticized Maduro's government over human rights and rights abuses while stopping short of endorsing the U.S. raid, and Canada has spoke with Venezuelan opposition figures, thanking them for their advocacy. Lula has also condemned aspects of the U.S. intervention as overstepping, underscoring shared concerns in Ottawa and Brasilia about unilateral actions and the importance of a diplomatic path forward. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Thursday that Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado will travel to Washington, D.C. next week, signaling a high-profile diplomatic engagement amid heightened tensions over the country. Trump disclosed the plan while speaking to reporters, indicating that he expects to meet with Machado during her visit to the United States Capitol. Machado, a prominent critic of Venezuelan political leadership, has emerged as a key international voice following recent upheavals in the oil-rich South American country. Trump described her as a Nobel Peace Prize winner, underscoring the symbolic weight of the planned meeting as Washington reassesses its approach to Venezuela's political future and regional stability. The visit comes as a sensitive moment following the capture of the Venezuelan former leader Nicolas Maduro and growing debate in the U.S. over the scope and legality of American involvement in the country. Analysts said the meeting could shape the future of U.S. policy, signal support for opposition forces, and influence diplomatic calculations across Latin America. The United States will provide $45 million in assistance to Cambodia and Thailand to support peace-building efforts between the two neighboring countries, a senior United States diplomatic official said for East Asia on Friday during a regional visit. The funding is aimed at reinforcing President Donald Trump's diplomatic push to stabilize relations and reduce long-standing tension between the Southeast Asian countries. According to U.S. officials, the assistance will focus on confidence-building measures, regional security cooperation, and programs designed to strengthen dialogue and trust. Washington views improved Cambodia-Thailand relations as critical to broader stability in Southeast Asia, a region increasingly shaped by strategic competition and shifting alliances. The pledge underscores the Trump administration's effort to frame U.S. engagement in Asia around conflict, de-escalation, and targeted development support. Analysts said the funding could also bolster U.S. influence in the region at a time when China's economic and diplomatic footprint continues to expand. The aid package is expected to be rolled out through existing bilateral and regional cooperation frameworks. Now, the federal government has confirmed that all group stages bonuses owed the Super Eagles players at the ongoing African Cup of Nations have been fully released, with funds expected to hit players' domiciliary account within hours. Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite, made the disclosure on Thursday, addressing reports that the national team might boycott training sessions or refuse to travel to Marrakesh for their quarterfinals final clash against Algeria. The announcement aims to reassure players and stakeholders that financial entitlements are being honored promptly. The development is expected to restore focus within the squad ahead of the crucial knockout match. It underscores the government commitment to supporting the national team and maintaining morale, while reinforcing the importance of timely payment of bonuses in professional football tournaments. Players are now set to prepare fully for the next stage of the competition. Still in sports, Manchester City have completed the signing of Ghanaian winger Antoine Semenyo from Bournemouth. The Premier League club confirmed on Friday, marking the first acquisition of the January transfer window. Semenyo, who has impressed this season with consistent performances in England and top flight, has committed to a contract running until 2031, signaling City's long-term plan to strengthen their attacking options. The 24-year-old joins a squad already challenging for domestic and European honors, bringing pace, creativity and goal threat to Pep Guardiola's side. Bournemouth reportedly received a substantial transfer fee for the forward, reflecting its rising stock in English football. City's move is expected to boost their title ambition while offering Semenyo a platform to develop further at one of Europe's elite clubs. The transfer underlines City's strategic approach to combining emerging talent with established stars. That's it on the news, but before we go, here's a quick recap of today's top stories. President Bola Tinubu praised corporate Nigeria and investors as Nigerian Exchange Group surpasses 100 trillion naira in market capitalization. And Lagos State Government and the House of Assembly approves a 4.44 trillion naira budget for the Sanwo-Olu administration for 2026 fiscal year. An African Development Bank has successfully priced a £1 billion 3-year global benchmark bond to reinforce investor confidence. And EU nations are expected on Friday to approve bloc's largest ever free trade agreement with the South American group, Mercosur. And federal government confirms all groups' stage bonuses owed to Super Eagles at ongoing AFCON have been fully released. Thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that, I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London, I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there, I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day. And NTE used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu. We'll go to Benin. We'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure. You pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad will pick up palm wine. All these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive, hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they own Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett, They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they've Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that, and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama. And it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives, and that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, Learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly, I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be light to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talent, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in business administration and management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of The Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance Resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, you don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the company merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the cowboys of banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Egypt. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sports. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the bank here. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibaofon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visafone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the complete